My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today's Freedom Friday. Just like my tie here, representative of what this country stands for and what we want to return to, because I think a lot of people believe that our freedoms are eroding left and right. Unnecessary oversight by the government, brutality in the streets of our cities. 1,200 people die a year on average by cop. Half of them are unarmed, and a quarter of them are disabled. That should not be happening in a civilized nation. Cyber criminals are getting away with unbelievable crimes, and our government's done nothing. It took 8 years for the Justice Department to put a warning on their site saying people are phishing you from Nigeria. Mom and pop, grandma and grandma have been taken to the cleaners, lost a lot of money, I'm sure, and it still goes on. And then people like Joe Biden is willing to revoke Section 230. Yeah, he's willing to remove one of the core protections of the internet. And I was saying earlier that Joe Biden and Donald Trump both are avid Zionists, and many of you don't know what Zionism is. Zionism started in the 1890s. It was a plan to create Israel originally. Even Hitler was a Zionist, believe it or not. Himmler, Goering, all the people around Hitler were all Zionists. Joe Biden's a Zionist, Trump is a Zionist. I admire Israel, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers in Israel know that I understand the core meaning of Judaism. But now that Donald Trump has claimed that Judaism is a nationality, we're beginning to wonder, are Arabs living in Tel Aviv Jews? Because it seems like Trump thinks they are. So the lines are very skewed now. And because our country is doing the bidding of these Zionists now, Israel is leading our foreign policy. Now, when has that been the case officially? Well, never. Never has our government officially said we're going to do whatever Israel tells us to do. There's no law out there that says we have to follow their lead. But in every instance, over the past many decades, we've been doing whatever Israel tells us to do. And many people are still upset that Israel fired on our USS Liberty and killed 35 people in the waters off of the Mediterranean. No one, not LBJ, nobody really said anything about Israel back then. Well, I'm saying something now. We cannot have an open slate with the country that obviously has control over our foreign policy. We're laughed at around the world because we're so pro-Zionist. We can't broker any peace deals in the Middle East because we're so pro-Zionist. We can't begin to look credibly at the human rights abuses that are going on in the state of Israel, the country of Israel, because we're so pro-Zionist. So our country is going to reach an impasse with leaders like Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We'll continue to be involved in foreign wars, protecting Israel. We'll even be lured into more wars, like Trump nearly did recently when he killed Soleimani and 5 others and potentially caused a terrible plane accident, which to this day we don't even know how it happened, but Iran definitely admits to having taken down that plane. Maybe their alerts were too alert and they accidentally killed 176 people. So I don't know what Trump was doing. He waited 7 months to do that. Well, maybe it makes him look good so that as he goes into the impeachment, he's appeasing the Republicans on the Senate who want much more work in that area to support Israel. I don't know. But Donald Trump said it. He said he was doing it to appease Republicans. Did he have credible intel on that man, Soleimani? Did he just do it because it was good for his election or re-election? To keep him off the impeachment grid? We don't know. But new information came out from Parnas. Lev Parnas had a second batch of information brought out. They revealed that. The government's going to be looking at that. The Senate will look at this as a trial. We still don't know if any witnesses will be called. We're still unsure as to what is going on. Susan Collins is very much in the crosshairs because she's a Republican willing to flip. And she's talking about how she was mischaracterized. There was misunderstanding of her impeachment stance, blah, blah, blah. Wherever she goes, it goes wherever the wind goes. Susan Collins will vote wherever she likes. She likes to be in that swing position. Monica Lewinsky offers a colorful remark in a apparent response to Starr joining Trump's defense team. Trump has added Ken Starr and Alan Dershowitz to his impeachment defense team. And let's see what Lewinsky says. Lewinsky offers a colorful remark in apparent response to Starr joining the Trump defense team. This is definitely
charges of sex.
Are you effing kidding me?
President Clinton had an affair with a former White House intern and then urged her to lie about it.
Monica Lewinsky, she was patient zero 20 years before the meeting.
So apparently, gross. Apparently, Monica Lewinsky said, this is definitely an are you effing kidding me? She tweeted that today. Yeah. The very people that were trying to, go after Bill Clinton, unable to do it. Ken Starr, after spending $60 million U.S. tax dollars, 5 times more than we spent investigating the 9/11 attack, Ken Starr never really got anything that he could prosecute Bill Clinton on. So it's interesting how she said, are you effing kidding me? Trump is basically going to have to face the music. We've got more than enough evidence in the current impeachment articles. Obstruction of Congress did happen. Trump clearly didn't want to let Donald McGahn speak when the House wanted to interview him. That's weird. When Donald McGahn already said in a prior Senate hearing that he actually was hearing Donald Trump say 5 times, I want to fire Mueller. 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 So that in and of itself is obstruction of justice. That's a slam dunk. Any senator that wouldn't admit that when it comes out, if it comes out, would be turning to his own constituents saying, yeah, he's okay with people obstructing justice. That's plain and simple obstruction of justice. So Donald Trump did it then. He did it with Comey. And he'll continue doing it. There's all kinds of weird things happening with Comey. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening, but the Justice Department is looking into investigating year-old leaks and appears focused on Comey. I don't know if this is just tossing his name out there or what, but it's very interesting. He was the guy that made Donald Trump president of the United States by claiming he's opening a criminal investigation of Hillary Clinton 11 days before the election. But what's really interesting, now this will shock a lot of you, we played it last night. Daughter of ex-FBI Director James Comey is the prosecutor on the case of the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, and she's the one who lost the footage outside his cell due to a mix-up. So yeah, Comey and his whole family are very suspicious as far as I'm concerned. Jeffrey Epstein was shuttled out of that Metropolitan Correctional Center and is probably alive somewhere right now because of what this woman did. She lost the footage of that one camera angle that would have showed him being taken out. So I've got a big question about Comey and his daughter. I hope the Justice Department would pursue that. Okay. The answer is Hollywood. Ooh, there you go. Now, you know, every time you turn to the Hollywood moguls and they start speaking, they reveal how completely one-sided their view is. It's either totally Democrat or totally Republican. Like John Voight's a Republican, you know, George Clooney is a Democrat, extreme left, extreme right. It's almost like Hollywood is used to play this diversity between the left and the right. Now, I argue that this has been happening for some time, this separation of our nation. And I argue it is purposeful. Now, many of you are fuming at the Democrats to hate them because they just keep pushing on your good president, and they keep attacking your good president, and they show no respect for your good president. And you Republicans think that Donald Trump is like God. And you Democrats, you turn and look at all the Republicans as a bunch of brain-dead idiots who have no clue as to why they're supporting Donald Trump and don't even care about the climate. So it's like we've been pigeonholed left versus right. But you know the big dividing line between the Democrats and Republicans? It's gun control. It's the idea the Democrats want to take away our guns and Republicans want to protect our rights to bear arms. Well, as a centrist, I support your right to bear arms wholeheartedly and will never, ever impose gun control. That's important to know. And I take it off the table. I won't even discuss gun control. So if you're a Democrat who absolutely wants gun control, you just stay in the Democratic Party, really, if that's what you're really going for. But this whole separation of left versus right has never been more important right now when there are some people gathering in Richmond, Virginia, supposedly. A government operation FBI just arrested 3 suspected white supremacists ahead of a gun rights rally in Virginia. Yeah. Now, a lot of this is, you got to wonder if they're not pushing white supremacists to do this and then triggering the left like they did in Charlottesville to come out there where Antifa face off with KKK. They love that division, and they're going to use guns as a way to do it. So the elitists who run our country are going to fuel this. And last night we ran into an actual site that was soliciting crisis actors for Virginia on an upcoming crisis event. So if some major shooting occurs in Virginia in the next couple of months, they've got the crisis actors. They're all set to employ this to divide the country even more. That's their game, everybody. Divide and conquer. The people that fund both parties are trying that. Now, once you figure that out, you'll understand why a centrist third party is so important to our future. It's not that hard to understand. And I made it as simple as possible for people to understand. They want us to be divided. They want us to hate each other. They want us to look at each other in a terrible way. They really do, because divided we fall, united we stand. And that's the big thing that they're pushing, guns versus no guns. And I won't even go there. So if you want to unite, you've come to the right place, because we won't be taking your guns away, okay? I don't know. I don't know if the FBI is doing its job, or if somebody in the media working with the FBI wants to characterize this as a chance to pigeonhole these guys who are trying to stand up for the right to bear arms and call them a bunch of KKK members or something. You've got to wonder. Okay. The Pentagon has confirmed that U.S. service members were injured in the Iran missile strike. So our own government lied to us initially, claiming that no U.S. officers were hurt. Well, this is what the media wants me to know about this. Video unavailable. I have to be outside my own country to get this link. I'm right on Google right now. Pentagon confirms U.S. services were injured in Iran missile strike. It takes me to a video, unavailable. They don't want us to know that Donald Trump was provoked, that the Iranian people did hurt and injure our men, and that Donald Trump claimed he was going to fire 52 different targets in Iran, but he didn't do it because he said no one was hurt. No one was hurt. When we know now that's not true, and they don't even want to show us the video. They're keeping it from us like we were in North Korea. We can't even watch the show. That's what's happening. We're seeing media control at all different angles. You may want to read a story, but you can't in America anymore. Video's unavailable. YouTube decides to pull it for anybody in our own country. We can't find anything out about our own country's fate because the media is keeping information from us. Do you call that free and democratic? I don't. Mark is censoring us. They are censoring us. That's right. And Mark works with them. I heard a gang stalker by the name of Lot Lizard who's been attacking our show for the past 8 years. We've been on since 11 years, he's been doing it 7 years since we moved over to the Vaughn Network. But Lot Lizard is a good friend of Mark's, and he bragged that he made millions of dollars off of Mark already. Doing this, censoring our show. He also said that he works for the CIA and the NSA. That's what Lot Lizard, the gang stalker, told me. I'm beginning to believe him. I'm beginning to believe he's working with our government agencies to pull this off. Why else would there be no prosecution of all this incredible censorship that's been happening in our show? So you can see why the American government would not want a third party, especially if we've already been hijacked by monetary interests paying off the left and the right. Yeah, so that's what they're up to, and that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine, but our rights are being constantly taken away. Here's a link from Reddit. A man getting stopped and frisked for looking suspicious, and he asks for the police officer's name, and the cops tell him F.U. is their name. Yeah, you should have the right to know the cop's name who's falsely arresting you, don't you think?
What do you need a supervisor for? What do you need a supervisor
Because I just was unlawfully searched. I didn't commit to a search. I don't understand why I was searched. 75.
I'm sorry, why? I didn't support. What do you need a supervisor
Because
for?
I just was unlawfully searched. I didn't commit to a search. I don't understand why I was searched. 75.
I'm sorry, why? I didn't nothing to
I don't understand why I was just searched. Why my information was pulled out of my pocket for no reason.
Because you can't do that.
But she doesn't have a right to do that. I'm detained under one reason. I'm not committed to no crime.
Crazy.
Yeah, but she went in my pocket though. She's not supposed to go in my pocket. That's a search, man, kid. You know what I mean? Come on. You know that like I know that.
No, you don't really know half the shit you're talking about.
I know enough of the shit that I'm talking about. I know enough. What was your name of your badge number again? What you say?
Fuck you is my name.
I got that on cam. It's
Definitely
crazy.
on record.
I got that on cam.
Okay, he got that on cam. Now, having it on cam won't exactly get him anywhere. Yeah. But at least he's got it on cam, and we got to see a cop not even care about justifying his actions against this black man. Yeah. A lot of you white people don't know what it's like to be pulled over on the street because you're black. I know, because I know black people who will get pulled over on the street because they're black, and it's not fun. You think that's a joke? It's serious. Yeah, they're totally racially profiled all the time. That's got to change too. And I've been racially profiled as a white guy. I didn't get a college education like Elizabeth Warren because I didn't want to lie and claim I was a Native American. It's not a blackface accent, no. John McAfee reveals who killed Jeffrey Epstein, names on his Twitter feed. Problem with that, John, is you're starting to sound like a shill. Any credible person knows that Jeffrey Epstein is not dead. I mean, why would anyone even run the story that Jeffrey Epstein died at this point? We have no confirmation that he's dead. We have confirmation that somebody who looked kind of like him died. Yeah, we have confirmation of that. Yes, UCLA oppressed me, absolutely. I was never given fair treatment at UCLA. It's horrible what happened to me at UCLA. I'm building it in my book. I'm writing about it. There he was, 20 days after he died in a jail cell in New York. He was seen on his island overlooking the damage from Hurricane Dorian. That's 20 days after Jeffrey Epstein died. That's definitely him. He's wearing his signature shirt he liked to wear, light blue shirts. He always liked light blue shirts. So if you don't believe he's still alive, you have only to ask yourself, well, look at his face. And when you compare his face and his nose to the face of the decedent decedent's farthest away from me. You can clearly see it's not him. It's not his nose. But if that's not enough, there's other photographs that show his ear doesn't match either. So how can anyone at this point claim that Jeffrey Epstein died? So I got to wonder if John McAfee's did he swallow the blue pill? Yeah, he was never even in jail. There's no video of, good point, Scissor Fight. There's no video of Jeffrey Epstein in jail. And I just showed you how Comey's daughter, the prosecutor, got rid of the critical video that showed the pathway between the jail cell where he allegedly was and where they brought a guy's body in who obviously is this guy with a curled nose and an ear that doesn't match Jeffrey Epstein. So come on, people. They're willing to lie to you, covering up the entire death, making it seem like the guy died. And even Michael Baden said, oh yeah, it was murder, to divert your attention from the suicide argument. Now we're supposed to run with that, oh yeah, he died story. So I don't know about that story from the Twitter feed of John McAfee. Anybody with credibility would never say that Jeffrey Epstein died. He's clearly alive. And he's getting away with the same thing over and over again on these islands that he has. He bought an island right next to the one he has called Great St. James Island. He paid $18 million for it, and right before he was hauled in, he was actually working on illegally building an underground complex on that island. All I can tell you is Epstein was not stupid. He was notorious for being very clever. And in no way would I ever claim that Jeffrey Epstein was a stupid person. He was an advanced mathematics expert and hadn't even graduated from college when he started teaching at the Dalton Prep School. That's when our Attorney General's father, Donald Barr, hired him without a degree. That's how smart he was. He had skipped two grades in school. He had a good mind. So there's no way that Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a kill switch on all that information. Anybody in intelligence has a kill switch on all the information they have. And if they get killed, their password isn't filled out, they haven't checked into their website in a day or so, automatically information is sent all around the world, which would implicate everybody that he has dirt on. And I would say that Jeffrey Epstein has dirt on more people than anybody on earth. Probably videos of people having sex with children, just for starters. So let's assume that kill switch got him off. He got completely free, because nobody wanted that guy. If he's dead, the kill switch goes off, it automatically sends the media all that video. So they couldn't kill him. They couldn't have him go to jail, because he probably threatened to do the kill switch if he was in jail, same thing. So they had to get him out, they had to free him, they had to get him away. Let's just go with that assumption. Even Labor Secretary Acosta said that he was told to back off of his first prosecution of Epstein in 2008, claiming he was in intelligence. What does that tell you? It tells you that Jeffrey Epstein is an asset for a large group of intelligence organizations. He's not going to go away. And you notice how lame the investigation from the NYPD and the FBI, the day after Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died, they went into his office and scurried some papers around and put some cardboard over the window so that we couldn't see in with a drone. And that was the last time they ever went to that island. That's not an investigation. There's evidence there are underground torture chambers on Little St. James Island. I would have gone out there with skip loaders and cadaver dogs and had every little bit of stitch of that property looked at. We would have done x-rays of the underground facilities in that area. What's really disturbing, and I played this on a couple nights before, we're not going to get any answers from the two-party system. They don't want to capture Jeffrey Epstein. They don't want to haul him in, and they certainly don't want justice. Look at this this picture that appeared on the internet from one of the cameras that was seen by the FBI in 2007. It's a series of cameras, 16 cameras he had of surveillance of his Little St. James Island underground sadistic torture chamber. Yeah, there's one picture at the corner here that's very disturbing. Right there. It looks like a group of girls sitting there on buckets. Maybe 8 girls standing up, some sort of a phallic symbol in the background. This is in his underground bunker area at Little St. James Island. That would be enough to get skip loaders out there to look for bodies. The manifests on the airplanes, the little Lolita Express that brought Bill Clinton over about 17 times. And even Hillary went over 6 times. The manifest showed women going over to that island, young girls, and never leaving the island. So you're talking about a suppression of evidence that's so great right now that the FBI and our top-level Justice Department is covering up for him. And now we find out that Bill Barr, who said he was going to investigate Jeffrey Epstein, oh, guess what? He's not going to investigate Jeffrey Epstein. He just recused himself. Did you hear about this in the news? I had to extract this from the far corners of the blogosphere and find this out myself. This isn't some link somebody sent me. Attorney General Bill Barr recuses himself from the Epstein case, claiming a legal conflict, without even saying that his father had hired the pedophile to work at an elite private school, the Dalton School, when he was just 20. So Barr, in theory, could help steer the case through oversight of New York prosecutors, but he doesn't want to participate in it. All of this is very suspicious. It looks like Barr is protecting and trying to control the case from behind without having been named and blamed for having contacts with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, if you think Donald Trump had no relationship with Jeffrey Epstein past 1992, we've uncovered another little detail that's very disturbing. Donald Trump's top senior cabinet official, his top campaign guy for 2020, is a cousin of Jeffrey Epstein's. Oh, yeah. A guy named Boris Epstein. He spells it differently, and traditionally the family uses 2 different spellings. But Boris Epstein is managing Donald Trump's 2020 campaign. So you can't tell me Donald Trump doesn't have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. His cousin's working for him. Come on. We can't be all that stupid. So, of course, Donald Trump probably had a hand in getting the whole Epstein case to go away. Okay, these guys are lying because they are deep in the mess. Exactly, Maximum. Well, I know a lot of you people are not stupid. I will say that much for you. Many of you can see the troubling problems facing our country on every level and feel frustrated like me about what little oversight we have over this problem. The American people who are tuned in are realizing we're being lied to. This isn't right. David, you used to play a song in your stream. It was like, it's hard to imagine about many things. All you have to do is think, and they go do, you know what it's called? Can't stop, or we won't stop, I guess. I don't know. RS be trolling. We don't play Can't Stop because we won't stop anymore because we were told we can't play that song. It's monetized. And had over 30 complaints of monetization. I can't play the startup of our show that we used for all of 2 years. For 2 years, I didn't get any YouTube statements about monetization. And now I get a flood of them every day in my email because for 2 years we used a startup show song that Scissor Fight had developed. They're claiming now is a Navy song. So every day I get monetization issues from YouTube on that song that I used at the opener of every one of our shows for 2 years. So I stopped using that song. But isn't that amazing? It took, about 2 or 3 years for them to actually catch on to it. And now they're just hitting me every day with a monetization notice. I'll probably have about 400 or 500 monetization notices because we've had a lot of shows. In 2 years, we'd have, 700 shows or 600 shows? Okay, so we've got things happening. Hey, I'm here, and Quid Pro Quo is moving forward. Yes, a second round of paperwork delivered by Lev Parnas. Another set of paperwork and more information about how Lev Parnas overheard Giuliani, Trump, and everybody else talking about quid pro quo. He got this off his chest. Yeah, and the song you're referring to is made with Magic, and Magic's used these programs traditionally, but if somebody else has that song on their program that they use, they then monetize it. And then we say it's made by Magic, but they don't care. YouTube continues to throw this at me. And I know that you weren't trying to steal lyrics or steal melodies. Everything you've done is completely legit. I know that. And I realize that these people are trying to mess with us. And they continue to try to monetize every little bit about our show. But luckily for me, I've got new songs that constantly divert around that, and we've made some progress that way. Anyway, moving on. This isn't about making a song. This is about getting you, the average person, money that you can use every month. This is about giving everybody $500 per U.S. citizen. It's a simple plan. And if people don't want money, they don't have to sign up to it. But it's a simple plan that will generate a certain amount of income for everybody just to survive. What would be the requirement? You'd have to prove citizenship and have a contact number of somebody that knows you to verify your citizenship. Maybe 2 contact numbers. You'd have to prove your birth certificate would be part of that. No, I'm not into Uber. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, David.
The new company's ruined by them. Okay. How to make BS news. We don't need to know how to make BS news here. Yeah, so Howie says, I wouldn't sign paper to be on the list to get $500 a month. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. I don't want the government involved in my life.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem. You just won't get the money. I mean, if you're willing to go without the money, that's no big deal. You're helping the government by not taking that money.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Like John F. Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Should be ask for $500 a month. Okay. See, that's fake news, and we really don't need to know. But thank you for sharing fake news. That's great. Trump should move to Jerusalem. He should open up a Trump Tower there and offer Netanyahu a free penthouse suite like he offered Vladimir Putin when he said he wasn't doing business with Putin. Yeah, for a fact. Michael Cohen, who many people still believe has got information about Trump that should have been revealed by now. Michael Cohen did say that he was working with Russian oligarchs, and he definitely was offering, Michael Cohen was offering Vladimir Putin, or Trump was offering Vladimir Putin $50 million penthouse suite for free as a closing deal. for putting a Trump Tower in Moscow. This is when Trump said, I don't have any business with Russia. Yeah. So maybe Trump could offer Jerusalem a Trump Tower and maybe give Netanyahu one of the penthouse suites. Now that Netanyahu's trying to get past all of that. He's not being charged with any crimes for corruption yet. You're tired of being banned? Well, you should allow yourself to not hate me and claim I'm a Democrat when I've been building the centrist movement for the past 11 years. Yeah, you will get banned if you claim I'm a Democrat, man. We don't play RT here. That's Russian propaganda.
David, you used to play a song in your stream. It was like, you already responded to that.
Yeah, can't stop, we won't stop. That was the song. I don't play it anymore because I'm not allowed to. The YouTube said it would be monetized every time I played it.
And I ban you when you spout misogynist and racist statements, Mad Dog.
Yeah, you're going to get banned for being misogynist and racist here. My male person talks to me all the time. I'll look at your story. The RT has a story. Iraqis capture ISIS Mufti so obese a truck has to take him into custody, sparking a slew of Twitter memes. Okay. Well, I'll play that when I get back, because it's not very ladylike for Sarah to put some really, really obese Mufti on the screen. Yeah, we don't want open borders. That's my point. Yeah. And I'm the guy who's pitching the 1,000-mile fence that Trump says, oh, I want to build a wall. I've been talking about a 1,000-mile fence for at least 11 years. And Trump said, oh, I want to build a wall. And he still doesn't have more than 100 miles built of his slat fence. Kind of a joke. And Mexico's not paying for it, by the way.
I thought Deep Ellum Blues and Mad Dog were the same person. No? Maybe not.
The Trump administration announced a rollback of Michelle Obama's signature initiative for healthy school lunches on Friday. That's a mistake. I like the healthy school lunch program. And there you go. I'll be back. Healthy school
I'll have to look into that. David, please ban smoking in Bon Live. I don't know if that's, since it's virtual, Tom Thumb, I don't think that's a possibility. 828 says there are millions of Catholics in Mexico ready to fight back. And he's upset with the Pope because he feels like the Pope is visiting the sick. He's gallivanting from nation to another, penetrating in government parliaments to discuss a new Green Deal and open borders and open ports so immigration can travel freely in the world, but he's not really helping anyone, is what 828 says about the new Pope. A new webcam for the show. No, I really limit it to two things, Mad Dog. Misogynist, racist statements. Those are the two that I ban for. Pretty much everything else I let slide. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Goodbye colonoscopy. An exam uses a capsule to take pictures of the intestine. I knew that was, I knew that would be on its way. Define a racist. I would say when you make disparaging remarks about people based on the color of their skin. That would be racist. Howie, I don't know if I've ever banned you. David has banned you a lot. But I don't know if I've ever banned you. Well, sometimes when you do seem to make some misogynist statements, but usually I just argue with your statements. You make disparaging remarks of people based on their culture. It depends, Mad Dog. Sometimes that I would say that it depends on what culture you're referring to. I'm sorry, Pirate, that happened to you. Pirate said when he was starving and asked rich people for a job, they did not hire him. It's not illegal to talk about things, but I don't. Not in a long, long time, Mad Dog. But maybe when I was younger, without the language. He said, have I ever been called a backward blank country blank southerner? And that is based on culture. Yes. So if you make statements based on culture and it does not pertain to the color of someone's skin, I understand what you're. I would just contend that, hey, that's not a nice thing to say about someone. If you're talking about from a certain country, Mad Dog. But I really don't think that we need to talk about that. And I usually do it this way. Purge. And if you continue to do it, I will mute you. And if you continue to do it, I will ban you. Why? I don't think that we need to discuss certain bathing habits of anyone. You can talk about your own bathing habits. You're thinking of going for a vacation in Laos? Nice. Trump has named his impeachment defense team, including lawyers Alan Dershowitz and Ken Starr. Wow. Iran's retaliatory military missile strikes on U.S. Iraq military bases last week left 11 U.S. troops with concussion-like symptoms. From the left, inside Jared Kushner's unusual White House role. Thanks. I think I'm worthwhile. Hello, Howie. How are you? I have to say, Howie, you have encouraged me, so I'm taking better care of myself. Yeah, I think I'm better than tolerable. I love my life. It was funny though. This week was the longest shortest week ever. Well, we had a full day of school on Monday. Then Tuesday, I woke up thinking we'd have a full day of school because it had snowed a little bit on Monday, but not enough to call a snow day. So Tuesday, I thought, well, maybe they'll keep it as a school day. But then they're like, 2-hour late start. And then later they're like, actually, let's just cancel school. So full snow day on Tuesday. Then it was snowing some more, so they called a snow day on Wednesday, and they're like, oh, we'll let you know the night before, that way you can make arrangements for your child. Maybe they got calls, I don't know. And then where they had on the next day, they're like, we're gonna have another 2-hour late start because it seems like it's warming up, but snow still seems to be on some of the roads. And then and then today was another 2-hour late start because I was like, oh, it's warming up. And yesterday I came back from a meeting at like 5:30. I'm like, oh, it's raining, it's going to be warm. And then it started hailing, and then it started snowing. And then I'm like, wow, it's snowing again. I wonder if it's going to be a 2-hour late start tomorrow because it was supposed to warm up. And then I woke up this morning at like 5:30 because my cat meowed to wake me up. Like, my bowl is empty, I want to eat. So I woke up to feed her and just check on everything. And I looked outside and I'm like, yep, the snow still hasn't melted. So I posted like, hey, the snow still hasn't melted. And since it rained and hailed last night, I'm a little worried about the icy roads. And then like minutes later, they said, they probably had already made the decision. They called and said, yeah, we're going to do a 2-hour late start again. Yes, I do, Mad Dog. Do you? But I do an even better job of cleaning myself because I always think of like Howie says, women need to do a really good job of cleaning themselves. I'm glad to hear that. What do you call snow day? Well, it was definitely 6 inches of snow on like Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Howie. I really try not to. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to purge you to start with. What are you talking about, Pirate? The Seahawks lost on Sunday before the snow. I hope, yeah, no, Maximum, definitely not. Well, people around here, we're not used to driving in all that snow, 228. Maybe they do in the Midwest or East Coast. Yes, Mad Dog, I have. I don't know what you mean, Mad Dog. I haven't had a death in the family, so not for a very long time. Yes, we don't require snow tires on cars, that's true. I don't think it's not going to be as cold as it was last night. It's supposed to be, I haven't checked the weather right now, but I'll do that. It's supposed to be, when I came home, it was melting. That was only an hour and a half ago. Well, or they really loved your mother, Mad Dog. Yeah, right now it's 41 degrees Fahrenheit. No, I'm actually not cold. I agree, weather is good talk to avoid real life issues. Well, my real life is going really fantastic. Sometimes I got a little frustrated, I guess, but not really. Pingolitis. I ignored your chat. Sorry I did that. What are you talking about, Maximum? What in the world are you talking about? You're warm, you're not blind, you're not deaf. That's good. 1 degrees Fahrenheit feels like minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit there. Wait, what? But it's 77.4 degrees inside. There you go. What are you talking about, Maximum? No, I wouldn't think it's okay if someone... You claim someone killed your family? What are you talking about? I don't think so, Mad Dog. Not that I know of. Yeah, true, Slim. I remember that. I remember people telling us that, yeah, that we would be on the metric system. Pirate Salty Dog, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, I have read it, and it's just BS. It was like, found on a copier. I mean, it's just created by some guy's head. No, thank you. Well, Maximum, I pretty much get along with everybody. Okay, Amazon had you sign a non-disclosure agreement and sign a contract. They bought your idea. Okay. Good point. Well made, Mad Dog. I can't stop you. I don't know. I thought I did have a rhubarb plant at one time, Howie. I might still have a rhubarb plant, but I don't know. Rhubarb's a little bit too tangy for me. It's okay. I mean, I like rhubarb in a rhubarb, like a rhubarb pie. That's true. I have made a rhubarb pie once, but yeah. Thank you. Don't worry, be happy. I'm ignorant of life if I get along with all people. Well, considering I'm not hiring you to do that, and I'm saying I really would rather you didn't do my genealogy. All right. It's minus 1 degree Celsius in Ohio. That's good, Howie. I've got to get there. I haven't made that commitment. I was on a no sugar binge for about 3 months. And then I got a taste of it again. And you know, sugar is like one of those things. One bite is too many, and 1,000's never enough. Well, I would suggest you start with David's heritage then. Oh, I appreciate that, Howie. I appreciate knowing that. That does make me feel a little bit better that you don't think of me like that you think of all the other people in your life or that you have run into. Yes, my sweater is like a basket weave. You ordered some dark chocolate bars at $1 each today. I love dark chocolate. Well, I would say that's one of my things, Howie. I try to just take people for what they are. Even that maximum person, I'm trying to understand. Everyone has their story, right? And I try to understand their story. I think I told you guys the other day that I really like the Desiderata. And like that whole like walk placidly amid the noise and haste. And that's really, it's really interesting. I did not know that, Mad Dog. Thank you for letting me know. Yes, I do live my own life. True. Don't worry, be happy. Have you seen one thing I thought was horrendous is they started making sugar scrubs, like body scrubs with sugar in it. I just think that's kind of bizarre. You got dark chocolate bars with almonds. You like the saying, walk softly and carry a big stick? You know, I think that's one of the things. Somebody asked me, what's my hope for this new year? And I wrote, I just want to continue to appreciate my life. And I really feel like, really? I've never done the sugar scrub. I don't know if I would. But I really do feel like I really do enjoy my life a lot. And I just want to continue that. And I think the attitude of gratitude, is so good for life. It makes you feel good. It makes me feel good. It makes me appreciate my life. You appreciate my life too. You appreciate that I'm here to talk to you. Well, at least I know the different types of your and where to put apostrophes. Well, I accept that people with my same last name own slaves, if that's what you're saying. Is there an Italian restaurant in my island to visit? No, not really. No. There really is not. That's a good point. I like Italian food, but there's no good Italian food around here. Well, maybe there... No, I don't think so. Ah. Okay, so don't use salt scrubs and don't use sugar scrubs. Thank you so much. Don't worry, be happy. I like, my dermatologist recommended this lotion called CeraVe lotion with a certain type of CeraVe that helps with acne. Not that I have, well, I guess I have acne because I've been eating too much chocolate, but we have, in our town, we have Mexican food, we have Thai food, we have Korean barbecue. We have a really good Southern Soul barbecue place. Couple of Southern Soul places, barbecue things. And of course, yeah, we have a Chinese buffet. Yes, you are correct, Mad Dog. I do agree with that. I do agree that that's something that's not talked about a lot. Yes. And one of the big things that the movement against, away from, I think it was some kind of acid in it that, yeah. Really? Yeah, which one do you prefer? Don't worry, be happy. No, we have a Panda Express, but it's not. You have to drive like 30 minutes to get to it. Yeah, we have a lot. Well, because we live in a Navy base, we have and we do have a little. We have a funny. We had a Greek restaurant, and we have like one of those fast food. What are they? I don't remember, but it's like a fast food Greek thing. But anyway, we had a Greek restaurant, and it now it's called Hillbilly Euros. But we live in a Navy town, and so we have a lot of transplants from the South, and a lot from the South, I would say. Yes, we have all the traditional fast food, Burger King, Wendy's, McDonald's, Arby's, 2 or 3 Starbucks. What other fast food do we have? We have Taco Bell, blah, blah, blah. No, we don't. It's funny, we do not have a KFC. We did have a KFC, but it was really not good. When I first met David, and I came up here, his family really liked KFC, and we went and got it. But then their standards at the local place just went so far down that I don't know if the health department shut them down or what happened, but they closed. We do not have a Four Seasons. We have a Best Western and there was another one, Candlewood Sweets. Your family has served in every service, and your nephew is signing up Marines, Air, Navy, and Vietnam. Thank you, Maximum. Your nephew is signing up now. Your brother is 25 years in, is still serving. Wow. And your nephew knows Arabic. Wow. Yes, we do have a Little Caesars. I like Little Caesars a lot. I actually prefer Little Caesars. I don't know if it's because I grew up on that, because it was affordable, but I prefer Little Caesars over other pizza. Except there's this really good pizza place over in this town called Mount Vernon near me. And they have a really good Italian restaurant with a like stone-fired pizza. That's a good Italian place. But it's a ways away. How do you make your own crust? Do you make it your crust from scratch? Because the crust seems to be hard to do. I think we have Pizza Hut and Domino's, but I never go there because I think the others. Mount Vernon is kind of northeast of me. Like I have to go north to get off the island, and then I have to go east. So yeah, northeast. I'm so far northwest that no, Mount Vernon is northeast. Okay, yes, you make your own dough with beer and baking soda and whole wheat organic flour and flaxseed. Oh my goodness, that sounds delicious. I'm not really looking at what you're linking me, Old Age Wow. That's pretty cool, Maximum. Your uncle's a pilot. Oh, I'm sorry, Bengalitis. I did not mean to make you irresistibly hungry. Yeah, Little Caesars for the price is good. Can everyone pitch in and order Bengalitis a Little Caesars? Wait. Or whatever. Anyway. Yeah, a good Italian pizzeria. The closest one I would say is Mount Vernon. The key to any pizza is to eat it fresh. But some pizzas are better than others. Like maybe it is the sugar in the Little Caesar sauce that I like because I'm so into sugar. But Don't Worry, Be Happy supports Papa John's versus Little Caesars. I don't know how you say it's fake pizza. It's still pizza. Like, there are pizzas I've had that are way worse than Little Caesars. So much worse. And ironically, one of them was from New York. I mean, I've had amazing East Coast pizza from Mystic and Connecticut. Pretty much every single pizza place I went to in Connecticut was amazing. But when there's this one other place I went to in like Long Island, New York, and I did not like that pizza. How do I unhush you? I didn't know you were hushed. Do I unkick Froggy? Is that how I do it? I don't know how to unhush people. You love Italian tomato pizza and add your own toppings. I would disagree with you. I'm not like Fox News. And I do like veterans. Maybe you will like David Maximum because you talk about things that I really don't want to talk about. Yeah, what happened to Ticking Time Bags or Misanthropy and Antique and Rex 360? What happened to all of them? You want to be banned? Is that what you're saying? Usually I don't ban people that ask to be banned, but I'm sure David will when he gets back. Oh. Really? I think Misanthropy just left after he served his purpose helping me get set up with giving me some confidence, but
There you go. I'm gonna turn this on too. Amazed I waited this long.
okay.
Okay, well, thank you. I made dinner for you. You got a salmon and
Oh, thank you.
peas and wonton.
Okay. Awesome.
Wonton a year, because I know you don't eat potatoes, so I didn't make any potatoes
That's
for
true.
you. All right. Why are you claiming I'm self-centered, Maximum? And who is that Maximum? Is that... Oh, God. Don't ever let a person like that into the show, Sarah. Wow. That's obviously Mad Dog. He's so upset that he got kicked out twice. Yes, the new tie, courtesy of Meta Nemesis. Isn't that nice? You need advice? Old gal goo wow wow. Old age wow. Thank you, Meta Nemesis. Yes, thank you very much. I even was inspired to fix the old tie. I did some stitching on it today with some white thread. I keep my stitching, I make sure I can handle a good needle and thread, because you never know when you're out there in a wartime situation, you got to sew somebody up. Yeah, I'm very quick. I'm really good with thread. Always a pleasure. Dershowitz the Truth. Wow. And here you said that you never even met, you didn't even know who Virginia Gouffre Roberts was, Dershowitz. Yeah. And then you had to admit in court that she gave you a back rub. I know. First you said you didn't know who she was, then she's the woman who gave you a back rub, the young lady. Yeah. Did we hush you? I didn't hush you. Scissor Fight hushed you. I don't wear a thimble. I carry a thimble. We have a whole sewing kit here. I have a deluxe sewing kit, a small sewing kit, and then I have a travel sewing kit I carry with me on bug-out bag road trips. Whatever. What about that blow-up doll, Dershowitz, in your office? You see that on CBS? Well, what about that one? Yeah, we spotted a blow-up doll in Dershowitz's office when he was interviewing CBS. That was a wild story. We showed the blow-up doll. It's sitting there right in his office. Anyway, you have a sense of humor, I must say. Deep Ellen Blues. What's going on with that? Okay, here's a story from Scissor Fight earlier that I held off on. Thank you. Appeals court tosses out kids' climate change lawsuit. And somebody tell Obama about the dissenting judge's dire warnings. Okay. In 2015, a lawsuit was filed by a group of children as young as 8 years old who organized as our Children's Trust. The suit sought comprehensive science-based legislation to return atmospheric carbon dioxide to 350 parts per million by 2100. In case you didn't know, carbon dioxide, it takes up 0.038% of our atmosphere. It's hardly important. The real issue is the chemtrails with all the heavy metals that are causing climate change. Yeah, that's the real issue. We keep diverting from that. They keep talking about CO2. But anyway, focusing on this. The legal effort stalled a couple years ago, but it finally met its ultimate fate. That's right. It was going to end fossil fuel use, and apparently, appeals court throws out the landmark Young People's Climate suit against the federal government. The panel reluctantly concluded that the plaintiff's case must be made to the political branches or to the electorate at large before they can even adjudicate. If you understood what I was saying, then you're probably smarter than the 8-year-old, but not necessarily smarter than the judges. They basically used a little maneuvering. They basically used a little maneuvering to avoid any type of critical thinking, which I guess the Supreme Court is not really good at critical thinking, being they allowed corporations to be treated like individuals with Citizens United. Is the video down? Because we are being... just keep telling me a video is down. Yeah, because I'm being DDoSed hard. 25 billion. Families of Canadians killed in the Iranian crash to receive $25,000 to help with first expenses, Trudeau says. Right, 25. Why were they all visiting people in Iran? I mean, our lilac Canadians must be living in Iran, traveling back and forth. That's kind of interesting. But $25,000 is just to help with expenses. I'm sure that somebody's going to be sued over this. Maybe Iran will be sued. They'll have to pay all the money we gave them last year, or 2 years ago with Obama and the treaty. They'll have to pay it back to those poor people that got killed, their families. I did not hush Froggy, no. Nope, I did not. Lawsuits are flying in. Reading from the first book of Trump. Yeah. The Child's First Book of Trump. It's a reader. It's for your children to learn about how people with no brains and a limited emotional structure can become president of the United States. Yeah. When finally done with its speech, it will grin and say, "Now I hope that you're ready to win, for winning is what Trump loves to do best. We'll be winning so much you might get depressed." Ooh. All fun stuff. You know, this is really a fun book to read if you ever have time to take away. Yeah. Nice to know. Nice to know people care. Learning about Trump. So yeah, the appeals court doesn't really care. If we don't care, why would the appeals court care? If we don't care about carbon dioxide, why would the appeals court care? See, that's basically their point. Most people don't care about anything, right? So technically the Supreme Court shouldn't really adjudicate anything because people don't care. That's kind of what they're saying. Yeah, the kids have to go appeal their case to the electorate. What a joke. Well, I care about them, yeah. I want the kids to...
Jeffrey Epstein's life was a mystery. Questions still surround how he went from a college dropout to a multimillionaire financier to a convicted paedophile, and facing charges of running a sex trafficking ring and coercing numerous underage girls to perform sex acts.
Jeffrey Epstein's disregard for environmental protections showed his disrespect for the law, Virgin Islands says. So he was building things out there on the St. James Island that didn't even care about the aftermath of what's happening to the environment. They're accusing him of environmental destruction. He damaged the delicate environment with illegal construction projects and brushed aside fines and other efforts to curb his behavior. Virgin Islands is upset. Now we're going to go to a golf course police chase here on Freedom Friday. Isn't that exciting? Thanks, Howie. Here we go. Okay, thanks for the nice video, Howie. That was special. Here's the story I was afraid to show you earlier from RT. Iraqis capture ISIS mufti. So obese, he has a truck to take him into custody, sparking a slew of Twitter memes. Latest photos of the ISIS mufti. There he is, massive body. He was the strongest supporter of demolishing the Mosul heritage. He used to give the Friday sermon in my neighborhood. He cheered up at the very Friday after blowing off Prophet Johanna. Yeah, I don't really care to read that. He was called ISIS leader dubbed Jabba the Hutt. He's been captured in Mosul. And this is 2014, or 2020 rather. Yeah. He was seized by an Iraqi SWAT team in western Mosul, with security forces saying he was responsible for a fatwa to bomb the city's mosque of Prophet Jonah. The historic religious site was destroyed by Islamic State, ISIS, in 2014 after they took over Mosul. Well, he likes to eat, you know. He couldn't stay away from falafels. Next.
Me Too movement.
It's about sex and it's about the president.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
This 24-year-old Southern California native finds herself at the center of a legal and political firestorm.
Allegations of sexual misconduct by the president in the White House.
You were talking about a president, you were talking about an intern, you were talking about really detailed, salacious discussions about their intimate behavior.
Sources say the tapes include Lewinsky's graphic descriptions of a long-term sexual relationship.
I remember watching my colleagues struggle so much with how to say these things on television. How do you even describe this?
Well, a woman has a vagina, and her vagina was penetrated by a cigar, which was in a case, and she performed oral sex on the president, and he said, "I never had sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky." When we all knew that was sex, when she did his... Anyway, that's how you say it. Okay. Well, Monica is upset because this whole story about Starr being his... Ken Starr is going to be representing him. She said, no effing way. Yeah, Monica was upset. Oh, Monica, oh, Monica. Lewinsky offers a colorful remark in exchange. She said, are you effing kidding me? This is definitely an are you effing kidding me kind of day, she tweeted. It's special.
Charges of sex, lies, and audio. President Clinton had an affair with a former White House intern.
Yeah, we know about Monica Lewinsky. I don't want to bring this up. And, you know, her life has been tossed around all over the place by the media. She needs a job. Yeah, I'd hire her at the White House as a greeter, you know. Hello, welcome to the White House. I'm Monica Lewinsky. Would you like to buy a cigar, a cigarette, anything? Actually, we won't be selling cigars or cigarettes there. Nope. We won't demean her. Well, it was 1959, in 1980s, 90s, 2000. People have been living in the years that they want to live in. I have an hairstyle from 1898, but does that mean I have to, you know, be labeled an old-fashioned kind of guy? Yeah, this hairstyle was first developed in 1898. Well, that's by just giving away my age, I guess. David, have you thought about shampoo commercials? Yes, I have. Many people are thinking that shampoo commercials are the way to go. I don't know. I'm still concerned about my the fact that everyone talks about my hair every show. I can't find a single hairstyle from 1898 that matches my hairstyle. Here, I threw it out there, and I said, no, not going to happen. There's still nothing from 1898 that matches my hairstyle. Oh well, I guess I was wrong. No, I don't. Mane and Tail has sodium lauryl sulfate in it, which is very bad for hair. I concocted my own shampoo. Yeah, I combined different shampoos and I made my own. What I did was I tried shampoo that worked one way, and then I found out another one worked another way, and I put them both together and they both balance each other out. No, this is my real hair. You can't do that with a hairpiece. The avocado shampoo is a nice cream rinse. I use the Garnier avocado shampoo, but that too has lauryl sulfate in it. But what I do is I glaze my hair with a protective shampoo that's natural, made out of kind of a lavender base. And then there's a couple other things in there too. I get this product called Burt's Bees baby shampoo. I was looking for something really benign and easy on your hair. So I bought this Burt's Bees baby shampoo and mixed it with a fairly active scalp enhancer. Yeah. So I've got the Burt's Bees baby shampoo, this one, mixed with the natural lavender one, and that's my basic shampoo. And then I'll use the avocado Garnier shampoo as a kind of a rinse. Once it's been glazed with a shampoo that's protected, then the rinse doesn't damage the hair follicles as much, but it does leave that scalp invigorating avocado smell. There's the baby shampoo I bought, and then I got Garnier avocado shea. Then I got that one too. That's a really good shampoo, and it's about $3.50 at your local store. It's pretty affordable. It's a very good shampoo. I would recommend this overall to anybody, just in general, for daily use. It's got avocados in it. All right. Moving on from hair discussions, which seems to be dominant in our show. Yeah, we determined that the 60s were a period of time that many people look back on and call them all drug addicts. And last week I established this fact that the 60s were not just drug addicts. There was a whole time period where we were all about peace, love, and understanding. And it was a given that we weren't going to be prejudiced against people. But if prejudice exists, we would just call those people squares and, right-wing nut jobs like Donald Trump. Now, the Democrats want to enforce hate laws, and the Republicans are like, screw you, I hate you people for this, and this reason. So now we no longer have peace, love, and understanding. We don't have anything. We have hate, war, and misunderstanding. I still believe that shampoo and conditioner should be applied separately, Bengalitis. I've seen the shampoo conditioner combos. I'm sorry, but I'm not that impressed. Yeah, the shampoo does a certain thing that the conditioner doesn't do, and the conditioner does a certain thing the shampoo doesn't do. So combined, they're actually a good separate treatment on your hair. Yeah, I couldn't even get hair to look like this if I used a standard shampoo. I really couldn't. It'd be all frizzed out, and I'd be hard to maneuver, and this just lays out right so that, at least it dries and I look like I have hair, which I do. Great. Freedom Friday, all about hair. Hey, I'd like to be free from having to take a colonoscopy, that's for sure. Well, it turns out that goodbye colonoscopy. Hello pill. Yeah, hello pill. Goodbye colonoscopy. Hello pill. An exam uses a capsule to take pictures of your intestine, and it's more complete too. So things are really moving along. I can't wait to actually take the pill someday. Who wants to have somebody stick something 5 feet up your butt? Oh my God. You're not allowed to come in here. We got you out of here. Some guy has got some terrible thing on the screen. Yeah. The S word was involved. I can't imagine. He keeps sending that link like it's important. Itch vision.
Well,
I'm confident that they know nothing of this whatsoever and they've just been used.
Shocking moment as a police officer arrested at work for blackmail. 24 hours in police custody. We'll bring you more from the Manchester Police Department as the UK news tries to take over the American news channel, America's Third Party. David, I don't want to sound LGBTQ or anything, but I enjoy colonoscopies. Really? Well, if you enjoy having somebody stick something 5 feet up your butt, then by all means, don't hesitate to get a colonoscopy. But I'm just saying, you may want to wait for the pill. It goes deeper into your colon to determine if there's any potential polyps or pre-carcinogens of some sort. Precancerous lesions from eating too many poisonous sausages or something, whatever the hell you do. Good to know. Well, it'd be nice if they show you a picture of the capsule, but there's no picture here. Just a reassurance that someday they'll have a pill to take. Okay. Oh, really? You've had a few? They make you drink something and then, well, you have to clear your colon out. Yeah. And then you can't eat or drink anything for like 24 hours or 18 hours prior. Yeah, the phosphor soda is what you don't like. Oh, that gives you the you know what. Yeah. Clear the colon, right. I don't think Chubby Checker deserves a spot in front of Pat Benatar. The real challenge about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is who cares? Everybody's like, oh yeah, who's going to be it? Who cares? Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Isn't there a museum of rock and roll? Twitter users are calling out the Rock and Hall of Famers inducting rap artists and pop artists. Pat Benatar and Dave Matthews Band got the highest billing. Yeah. Let's take a look at that.
Fame, fortune, and a voice that will echo through history. But did Whitney Houston really live the dreams of every woman? In 2009, the Guinness World Records cited Houston as the most awarded female act of all time. The acclaimed performer held 2 Emmy Awards, 6 Grammys, and 30 Billboard Music Awards. On February 11th, the troubled star died at 48 years young. Born in New Jersey to a gospel-singing mother, she was the youngest of 3 who started her career modestly in the junior choir at the age of 11. Her self-titled debut album was released in 1985, and Rolling Stones called her, quote, one of the most exciting voices in years. But when did the troubled star become just that?
I don't care. Learn how to speak with enthusiasm. So they're going to decide the fate. The 2020 class includes Depeche Mode, the Doobie Brothers, Whitney Houston, 9 Inch Nails, and Notorious Big, and T-Rex. Why would Notorious Big and T-Rex beat Pat Benatar or Dave Matthews Band? I mean, I'm a little offended. I mean, it's almost like the Museum of Rock and Roll is racist against white people. It's about time, right? A little payback for the white privilege everybody seems to have. Now, with the Museum of Rock and Roll History, they don't have white privilege. Yeah, Pat Benatar and Dave Matthews are waiting in the background. Oh, maybe they may someday become an important person. Oh. Okay, more news about oil. U.S. deploys logistics equipment to an oil-rich Syrian province. Huh. I wonder if Vladimir made a phone call to Donald saying, Donald, we need more advanced oil equipment in our location. So could you please send U.S. equipment to the oil fields so that we can make more money? Now, Trump is still guarding those oil fields for some reason, even though he's given everything else up to Russia. I don't know, but maybe Trump is making money on the oil field on the side, kind of like the $1 billion he made from Saudi Arabia. I went to the monthly treasury balance. I could not find any evidence Saudi Arabia paid us $1 billion for our troops. He claims that Saudi Arabia paid us $1 billion for our troops. I cannot find any forensic evidence of that. Maybe he got $1 billion, but now maybe he's getting money for the oil. in Syria. Who knows? Syrian news agency Sana reported on Thursday that the U.S. has deployed a convoy of 75 units of military and logistics equipment to the country's oil-rich eastern province of Deir al-Zawr and the northeastern province of Hasaka. According to sources from the northeastern city of Kamilishi, the convoy crossed the Semelka border checkpoint on Thursday and headed toward U.S. 2 bases in the two regions. Well, so we're providing logistics supports for the oil well, but we don't know who's profiting from it. Nice. Nobody knows who's making money at that oil well. Nobody. I've looked all over the internet, not one single bit of information. What do you send me now?
Well, I'm confident that they know nothing of...
Yes, I will put this in lineup tonight. You don't have to keep sending UK information. I play that later in the show. Welcome to americasthirdparty.com. Trying to expose Russian underbelly of Donald Trump's secret administration. Would you like to speak in English or Russian? Many of you retardicans are here wondering, I just don't understand why people are picking on Donald Trump because of his Russia thing, you know? It's just so wrong to be treating Donald this way. He would never do anything bad, and he supports Russia. Yeah, he does. That's the problem. He supports the Russian discussion about the election meddling. He denies that they even controlled the election. I mean, this is insane. I can't believe we're even at this point in history, and the Republicans are like, well, we don't want to take any witnesses in the Senate trial. We're just going to go ahead and rubber stamp them, and you know, Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, Russia controls Trump through secret phone calls on a cell phone. None of his calls are recorded, not one. Okay, TSA apologizes to a Native American traveler after agent snaps braids and said, "Giddy up," during the pat-down. Oh my God. They don't have the power. That's terrible. Native Americans being treated that way by TSA agents. These TSA agents, the ones that masturbate under the newspaper when you go through, have you seen them? You ever seen them with a newspaper over their lap and a little masturbation going on? I haven't. You salute them, really? What, do you like the feel down, Alan? Dershowitz says he enjoys the TSA. They do a great job. You just like to get touched. Your blow-up doll doesn't give you any reach around. The TSA will give you a reach around and some. Oh yeah. Not only does Elizabeth Warren claim she never tells a lie, that's a lie. She's always lying. Lied about her Cherokee ancestry. She lied about being a pregnant teacher and getting fired for being pregnant. Vladimir takes all of Trump's calls. That's right. He has a direct line with the president. Oh my gosh. Did you just rickroll me? You are really a bad guy. I don't know what to do with you, Greek god. He tried to rickroll me. After 11 years, I get rickrolled. Don't you think 14-year-old activity is a little inappropriate here? Dershowitz says, yes, I have no problem with TSA, and if they want to pat me down, it's okay with that. Well, I don't consider what the TSA does appropriate. You know that when you go through a rapid scanner, you're getting low-level radiation that can alter your DNA? Yeah, you never learned that, did you? Yes, go ahead. Collect call from Donald Trump. Mr. Putin, could you please take it in the other room? I think you have a secret problem to do with sex tape. Trump wants to know if PP tape is available for a copy. He has nothing more to masturbate with. Can you imagine Donald Trump wanting a copy of the PP tape? Yeah. No, they don't. They suck. You know how many women have been physically violated by TSA agents probing their body parts? 5 New York women were walking around, over 80 years old, were traveling around the country. All 5 of them are doing a class action lawsuit. Not only were they touched indecently, their breasts were lifted up. The nipples were touched. Everything was terrible. One woman had a pacemaker. She's suing the TSA. This is a crime. You should be ashamed of yourself, you TSA masturbators. My idea for the TSA is we have them on a standing order of pay as we go. If we don't have enough money for the TSA, we can always replace them with the Coast Guard. And my pay-as-you-go plan, with the emergency clause that we can shut the government down at any time, would only affect the TSA, really. We just bring the Coast Guard in and pay them a full salary, and we're good to go. Oh, come on. Stop supporting men that obviously are looking at your genitals and laughing. You ever notice that when you go through the checkpoint, Charlie, they're always laughing when you walk by? Perverts. We don't need those people. There's $7 billion of wasted money. We could easily get the Coast Guard to do it for the existing cost of the Coast Guard. And aren't they supposed to guard our ports of entry? And I don't mean your vagina or your other love canal. Yeah. Our TSA do a job daily, day. Could you just stop talking? Oh my gosh, a fed up Senator Rex Nancy Pelosi saying she's going to go to jail or worse.
Madam Speaker, this impeachment process has been flawed from the outset. It resembles not a congressional action, it resembles more a Dr. Seuss book, knowing not which way it goes. On September 24th, the Speaker declared at a press conference the House was conducting an impeachment inquiry. However, to the contrary, to the Speaker's decree that we were all of a sudden in impeachment inquiry, the House did not authorize the impeachment inquiry until October 31st by adopting H.R. 660. It is just said just a moment ago that the Speaker has been leading the fight for a fair trial in the Senate. I wish the Speaker had been leading for a fair hearing in the House instead of trashing our rules. For those 71 out of 78 days from the time it was announced at a press conference to the time we finished, the President was not permitted to participate in these meetings. Think about that, 71 days out of 78 in which we actually did something on impeachment.
Oh, come on, read the rules of impeachment. The inquiry didn't require Donald Trump to stand there and face his accuser. You're not given the same laws afforded to you in the Sixth Amendment. So, gosh, it amazes me how many retardicans don't even know the Constitution and the amendments to the Constitution. It's amazing to me. Of course, Donald Trump can't even read the Constitution. He called it, it's like a foreign language, he said. Don't worry, be happy. In reference to dirty airports, says, I don't trust any place that makes you walk on dirty floors without shoes and puts all your belongings next to some other strangers who could steal them. Well, apparently you've never been to Disneyland. No, Disneyland, they don't require you to take your shoes off at Disneyland. No, only at the airports. Well, I promise you, I would change the way the TSA operates initially. Oh, the retardican? Yeah, that's my original word. I came up with that. Doesn't matter, though. Somebody got retardican.com already. I tried to get it ahead of them, but they beat me to it. Anyway, yeah, it is. It's kind of insane. What I will do is, without making major overt announcements, I'll be doing some rather maneuvering. We'll be using the rapid scanners to go after something that's very, very important that we need to check more of. And Donald Trump hasn't made this a task force, but I would make sure that every bit of luggage going into an airport is scanned. Every luggage, every single item. Not everyone is scanned. They do spot checks, and that's a bad thing. So we're going to change that whole policy. I will get back to the old wands, the magnetic wands, that check for any kinds of hardware like guns. Everything will still go through the scanners as you put your bags through. But you won't have to walk through the rapid scanner. We'll use that on luggage only. Okay? And no more physical touchy stuff. Scanners, yes. Magnetic wands, yes, but no physically grabbing your genitals and going, yeah. I don't want some woman walking up to me going, "Excuse me, could you come over here? I like you. I would prefer it if I could touch your body. Now lift your arm, sir." You know, I don't need that. This is the closest some black woman could get to my body. Yeah. I'm not going to have you frisked either, yeah. Even though I'm obviously in high demand by black women. Being I'm a white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, green eyes actually. Isn't it funny how Martin Luther King said he believed a time when little black boys could play with little white girls? Remember that I Have a Dream speech? Not the one Rodney King said where, "Can't we just get along?" But I mean Martin Luther King Jr., where he said, "I have a dream and I want little black boys to play with little white girls." Do you think that was something, a purposeful statement? He could have said little black girls playing with little white boys, but he didn't say that, did he? Think about it. Kind of a strange bit of wording there at a very odd time. You know the story about Martin Luther King, don't you? Oh yeah. Go to Snopes.com. They'll give you the skinny. Not that I believe everything they say, but Snopes tells you Martin Luther King Jr. was a racist. And he beat up white women, white prostitutes specifically. The place he was shot was a hotel, a dive bag hotel frequented by white prostitutes. The FBI had him under surveillance the whole time. It's kind of amazing that people don't remember Martin Luther King for that reason. Yeah, so... yeah, coming up on Martin Luther King Day, January 20th, we will be remembering Martin Luther King, and I'll do a little tribute and story and read out of the Snopes article for all of you. Coming up this Monday. And many of you will be off. You get a day off because of Martin Luther King. Used to be you'd have an Abraham Lincoln Day and then George Washington Day. Now they've grouped those into one and made it President's Day and then added Martin Luther King Day. I think they should change Martin Luther King Day into Famous Persons Day, you know, so that we could all celebrate famous people. Yeah, chemtrails on Snopes is a joke. They refuse to acknowledge it. Snopes won't do the research there because they're covering up for their tracks. They won't admit that chemtrails exist. But anybody who opens their eyes can see them lining the skies, flying over our head, dumping chemicals on us against our will. Oh, we're free. We're free to breathe fumes and heavy metals, strontium, selenium. I don't mind using Snopes to support my view on Martin Luther King, but I don't use Snopes to support my view on other things. Do I have to act like a robot and use something like Snopes in every matter and support Snopes at all times, under all circumstances, for you to understand this show actually doesn't take things in generalities like you're expecting me to? Seriously. I'm not going to run around supporting some generality that can be easily debunked. I mean, even the Snopes group is comprised of a group of people that have been doing some pretty nasty things and making money doing it. Yeah. Snopes founder was accused of using company funds for prostitution.
Snopes.com founder accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Daily Mail, and it says, exclusive Facebook fact checker who will arbitrate on fake news is accused of defrauding website to pay for prostitutes, and its staff includes an escort porn star and a vice vixen Dom. Facebook has announced plans to check for fake news using a series of organizations to assess whether the stories are true. One of them is a website called Snopes.com, which claims to be one of the web's essential resources on that matter. It was founded by husband and wife Barbara and David Mickelson, who used a letterhead claiming that they were a non-existent society to start their research. Now that they are divorced, with Barbara claiming in legal documents he embezzled $98,000 of company money and spent it on himself and
prostitutes. Okay. Yeah, so we can't trust Snopes on any one subject, sir. No, I don't turn to Snopes for every answer, but when I tell people who are liberal, and you're obviously a libtard, that Snopes said this and that about Martin Luther King. I'm directing you over there because you're in love with Martin Luther King, and you have to be aware that the guy was a racist. But I supported Martin Luther King's idea, as I certainly want to be judged on the content of my character, not the color of my skin. But along came affirmative action, which pretty much denied me my right to be judged on the content of my character, and I was singled out as a white person and not given college funds, and I wasn't given access to my 5 favorite universities, which pissed me off. Being a number 1 in my class, valedictorian out of 770 students, I was specifically pissed off. And I'm a victim of affirmative action more than any other person I've ever met. And when I see Cherokee Indian status for a woman that has no Cherokee Indian status in her brushed off by the Democrats, that pisses me off. I know you're a Democrat. I can sense it. I can feel your liberalness. I can sense it. I sense you are liberal. I feel it emanating. It exudes from you. The scent and the smell of liberalness is coming up through your chat. Liawatha, there you go. Liawatha. Anyway, I don't mean to pigeonhole you as a Democrat. We know what you are. You're a libtard. Liawatha Warren, yeah. And she is from the tribe, dances with Soros. That's right. And I'm glad Bernie said she was a liar. Thank you, Bernie. Yeah, I'm glad she called Bernie a liar, too. That's right. They're both liars. They would take one to know one, right? You keep putting stuff in the show that is irrelevant to our show. Why are you posting things here? At Middleton's bad with a crude of Can you please get some information about Meghan Markle? Yeah, I want to see that. Don't send me this crap about the UK. I want to get to the nitty gritty. I want to know why Meghan Markle and Harry decided to leave, and now they're okay with staying. What happened? No, Bernie is not a good man. He's a moocher, and he takes food out of people's refrigerators. And he didn't work until he was like 45 years old. Bernie was known as a moocher throughout all of the Democratic period. Don't vote for Yang, please. He stole my idea of $500 per month and doubled it to $1,000. Yeah, as much as I want people to get money, we can't afford this. Vote for me, Alan. Okay? Thanks, Dershowitz. You're cuckoo. LOL cuckoo. What does that mean? LOL cuckoo. Yeah, this is my original idea. I preceded Andrew Yang. Yeah, my idea is the only universal basic income that will be standing in this election. So you guys might as well wrap your head around the fact that I'm going to be the one running with money in your pocket. Warren won't make it, I don't think. I think Biden will beat Warren. I'm even a little concerned that Buttigieg is moving up and coming up from the rear, getting close to leading Biden. He may even take Iowa. Doesn't mean he's going to win. I mean, look what happened to Howard Dean and his horse mouth. That didn't really work for him. I see Pete Buttigieg as a possible throwaway candidate that the elites will support. He's already gotten a lot of AIPAC money. And being he's a little sharper than Biden, I give him a little edge there because Biden is a little asleep at the switch, you know. Those 3 aneurysms can't be too easy to recover from. But Biden still has Donald Trump beat.
I can't talk.
However, Buttigieg will not beat Donald Trump. There's no way he'll beat Donald Trump. That's my opinion. Yeah, if Trump even runs, there's a good chance that Trump may resign in the next couple of weeks once we find out the truth of all this money that he's been getting from Russia. Yeah. But in the meantime, I don't think Pete Buttigieg is going to draw the popular vote that Hillary Clinton drew. I don't think she'll win all of the Democrats. Many of them will flip over to the Republican side. Even if they hate Trump, they won't vote for Pete Buttigieg. The thing that bothers them is that he keeps spouting religious values. If Buttigieg would just claim he's an atheist, he'd be so much better off. But no, he wants to be religious and be gay. You just can't have it both ways. You just can't. You can't be holier than thou art and want to, do somebody or be done in the you-know-what. Yeah, technically we're all sinners, I suppose, if you see it that way. But this guy re-sins all the time, And what is that name? Is that his real name? You mean his name isn't Pete Buttigieg? What is his real name? Don't do me like my daddy did? Is that his real name? I don't support LGBTQ, but I don't want to discriminate against gays. I can't go out of my way and bend all the way over, literally, pun intended, and grab my ankles and vote LGBTQ. It's not going to happen. Okay, get the real name, Max. Thank you. I believe that gays have a right to their own personal life, and I don't want to take that away from them. But in no way am I going to, cater to a deviant group of people. The normative values are heterosexuality, and I'm not going to cater and create another Civil Rights Act addendum for gender bias. The Democrats would, I wouldn't. So it's really taking our mind off of the real issues facing the country. But people are free to do whatever they want among consenting adults, non-related consenting adults of age can do whatever they want. But I don't want to in any way open up the possibility of forcing transgenderism on the entire population, like the Democrats do. I feel a little put off by that myself. Hey, Trump is reversing his vaping policy. Well, he can't really reverse it because the damage is already done, and you've already, seen your vaporizers taken away from you, your fruity vapes. But he told Azar he regrets involvement in the vaping policy. Yeah, he lost votes over this. Their ban on flavored vapes is one of its most prominent health policy decisions, but trying to find a compromise between public health groups and pro-vaping communities caused massive political headaches. Behind the scenes, Trump decided to call Health and Human Services Alex Azar during a campaign meeting while discussing health care with his political team. He sometimes does that with his cabinet secretaries in an impromptu fashion during meetings when their issues come up. Oh, really? He talks about vaping with his cabinet secretaries. That's pretty funny. Oh, I want to talk about a very important issue. I know that many of you have been discussing the dangers of using your faucet, your toilet too many times, and how we should expand the water spigots. Well, we have a very important issue today, gentlemen and ladies. Fruity vapes. What do you think? More fruity vapes? Less fruity vapes? I mean, this is Donald Trump's campaign to talk to a bunch of idiots about nothing. And you people think he's doing a great job. It's just mind-blowing to think that Donald Trump is considered a great president in the eyes of people on the far right. It's just mind-blowing. I can't even understand it. I know religious freaks and fanatics are starting to say, well, God sent him to us, so he must be good. Yeah, God didn't send you Donald Trump. Satan did. He studied under a man named Norman Vincent Peale, a Presbyterian minister who was a 33rd degree Mason. And Norman Vincent Peale, who was his pastor when he was a kid, actually was a Satanist, as all 33rd degree Masons are. Which is interesting to note that Donald Trump really doesn't worship God, he worships Lucifer. But whatever, he can say he worships God all he wants. We know, and he's said many times that he's unrepentant. He has nothing to repent for, he said. Yeah. He actually is on record saying he's unrepentant. So there's no way he's worshiping any Christian faith. But whatever.
House Democrats have released a second batch of materials from Lev Parnas, a former associate of President Trump's personal attorney Rudy Giuliani, as part of the official record to be included in the impeachment articles transmitted to the Senate. The records released Friday include 2 pictures showing Parnas, a Soviet-born businessman, posing next to Trump, as well as a series of photographs showing Giuliani in various social settings, including on a boat, at a baseball game, and on a golf course. Democrats also put into record the transcripts of Parnas' interviews this week with MSNBC's Rachel Maddow and CNN's Anderson Cooper, in which he described his decision to speak out on allegations about efforts in Ukraine at the center of the impeachment proceedings against Trump.
You know, I really liked the interview he had with Rachel Maddow. It's actually pretty good. I put a face and a personality behind the guy. Before, I just thought he was some sort of a, gangster, Russian-Ukrainian gangster. I think he did the right thing by coming out and talking about it. Now, Digital Mall Rat just said, I'll never vote Republican because they took my vapes. Many of you are now vaping more and more, or rather, excuse me, you're not vaping more and more, you're smoking cigarettes now. That is hilarious. This is the same picture that was originally doctored a long time ago. It had a golf course that was set up as the Barack Obama golf course on the USS Barack Obama. It's a fictionalized aircraft carrier. Well, now they've got McDonald's and KFC on the USS Donald Trump. Lev Parsa. Parsa. Yeah. Parnas. Not Parsa. David, I am sick and tired of hearing about Russia. They are backwards. You're right. They're living in the dark ages. Russia really shocks me. Vladimir Putin threatens America over and over again with these hypersonic weapons and torpedoes that can destroy continents. And he's so old school, man. It's in the dark ages. These guys don't want to talk about limiting nuclear weapons. I mean, it's like we're devolving or something with monster-like personalities like Putin has, threatening the world with more and more dangerous weapons. How in the hell would he ever be seen as a person promoting peace? He's a warmonger. But then so is Donald Trump by simply being his go-boy. Well, what can I do? What can I do, Vladimir, to keep the sex tape from getting out? Ugh. Yeah, Robert Mueller admitted that the sex tape was used to blackmail Donald Trump. He did. He just said it wasn't his purview to handle it. Yeah, the sex tape was used to blackmail Donald Trump during the election. It's been outed, but nobody in government seems to care now. Have you seen the sex tape? It's pretty interesting. Not staying, take care. You got to go to bed. Not up to par here? Oh, okay. Well, we have a slower, we have a slower chat over at iVlog. My beautiful cat, Fluffy. Yeah. You're not feeling good? Oh, okay. Rest up. You're still recovering from that stomach flu a couple weeks ago. Or a week and a half ago. Yeah, that was devastating. You need to slowly build up your electrolytes. Maybe sip some applesauce or apple juice. I know, you don't know, but oh my God. Well, apple juice is probably the simplest thing to get your electrolytes up and keep you from getting dehydrated if you suffered from the flu. I heard it was pretty bad. Wipes you out.
Take some tea, especially with ginger.
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest tea with the ginger and lemon.
Tea with ginger and lemon. Now, Maxed Out Credit just said that Trump is saying what I've been saying about Pete Buttigieg. He must watch the show. So Trump is now saying Pete Buttigieg is trying to pretend to be religious. That's exactly what I've been saying. He's using religion as a defense. And now Trump is using that same rhetoric. Wow, thanks, Max. I don't track Donald Trump, so I don't know what he says half the time, but
No, Greek god, we do not take Skype calls.
No, Skype is not safe.
We did that at one time. But here's one thing that you can do if you want to be on video. You can go over to our iVlog show and you can be on video, I believe.
Yes. iVlog has a video option for you. We have cameras available right now if you want to go over there. Yeah. Check it out.
There you go.
So, Sarah, I swear Donald Trump watches our show because I'm the one who's been talking about this, the only person in the country talking about this, and now Trump is talking about it.
Oh, I know. Trump, or at least one of his
cronies probably told him about it. But yeah, Pete is trying to pretend to be religious, and it's not sitting well with the American people. Now, if Donald Trump wants to use that rhetoric against Pete Buttigieg, go for it. I don't care. I'm just not a real happy person about a person who is openly gay and claims to be religious. I find that odd. That's just my personal opinion, but you may differ. You guys can vote your conscience. I just think it's totally hypocritical. No, it's coolrock1word.com. That's not 2 words. Yeah, I don't feel safe knowing that Trump is our president. When he sided with Russia so many times, we don't really have an autonomous country. We don't have an autonomous president. We have a person who's seemingly doing whatever people tell him to do. He's not an independent thinker. He borrows my ideas or steals them all the time. But Biden isn't much better.
What do I do?
He has a tendency of being a little overly angry. So does Elizabeth Warren. They get overly angry pretending to be like Trump. The Democrats are in a catch-22 because they have to be out of the box, they have to be overt, they have to get in people's faces to compete with Trump, because that's what Trump does. But they also have to feel like they're holding themselves to a higher standard of ethics and morality at the same time. So it's a kind of a tough walk to walk, basically. Far left internet thinks Mayor Pete is a secret agent. Those 3 years he worked with that company, that PR firm that's very highly political and engages in some weird things, and now he can't talk about it, could make Pete Buttigieg a plant. I wouldn't doubt the far left is accurate when they say he is a secret agent for some secret corporation. People who are in the Democratic Party tend to vote their conscience. Like a lot of white people voted for Barack Obama because he was black, and they felt it was necessary to show that they weren't prejudiced. Well, similarly, a lot of people in the Democratic Party want to make sure no one thinks that they're discriminating against gay people. So maybe Buttigieg will win gay votes or want to be not discriminatory votes, where they say, well, we better vote for Pete because we don't want to be discriminating. That type of vote, it will come in. What happened to that woman? She put a strike on my account. She took liberties with my account where she had promoted me, and I had endorsed a message. She said that she'd promoted me, and I put that on my website innocently because she did support me. She contacted YouTube and said that she didn't authorize that, even though in the entire video she authorized that. And they went ahead and put a strike on my YouTube account based on what she did. All right. Sarah's going to take over for a little bit, and I'll be back with a recap of everything all the way to 10 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll tip this over here a little bit there for you.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Or tip up, I don't know.
Tip less?
Or just up. Yeah, anyway, it's fine. Good. All right. Greek God says Washington, D.C. Democrats are far from John Doe's neighborhood. A Buttigieg fundraiser dangles influence for cash. Well, that's not good. In a recent email exchange with a wealthy prospective donor, a top fundraiser for Democratic presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg made an offer that was unusually blunt. If you want to get on the campaign's radar now before he's flooded with donations after winning Iowa and New Hampshire, you can use the link below for donations. The fundraiser HK Park wrote in an email to the donor, which was reviewed by Axios. This is from Axios.com. The Buttigieg campaign lists HK Park on its websites as one of its top fundraisers, those who've raised at least $25,000 for the campaign. The campaign finance watchdog, the Campaign Legal Center, said the Buttigieg fundraiser pitch is an example of a campaign offering potential donors an opportunity to buy influence. And Elizabeth Warren went after Buttigieg for raising money from billionaires in a wine cave. And even the prospective donor was disturbed by the solicitation. He said it's very telling and concerning that one of the campaign's major bundlers would talk like that. Warren and Bernie Sanders have refused to attend private fundraisers with wealthy donors, and they've said Buttigieg's style of fundraising breeds corruption. But Buttigieg hit back against these charges in a debate. All right. Pretty interesting. My Dogs Don't Cry thinks the stock market is flourishing under record high deficit and he thinks it's going to all crash when Trump leaves. I don't know if it will. I think it'll be fine in the long term. All right. And the other one. So some think he's anyway. A little bit scary. All right. I think I will look at, I'm going to go back to All Sides. That seems to be my favorite place to find news is allsides.com. In 2019, the second wettest year ever in the U.S., flooding cost Illinois and the Midwest $6.2 billion. And scientists predict there are going to be more waterlogged days ahead. From the Chicago Tribune. I don't really want to read about Biden, but we can. All right. Flooding on the Mississippi River and its tributaries throughout Illinois, the Midwest, caused an estimated $6.2 billion in damage in 2019. NOAA said Wednesday these floods overwhelmed towns, farms, roads, bridges, levees, dams. 4 people died. This annual report came out. U.S. is continuing to experience rising temperature. And of course, frequent drenching rains are becoming more commonplace throughout the Midwest and the country. There's no immediate end in sight to these trends, scientists said. Midwest flooding is the 51st costliest climate disaster since NOAA began tracking this in 1980. It was the second wettest year on record. Only 1973. U.S. received more precipitation in 1973. Chicago had over 49 inches of rain last year, precipitation. Third wettest year on record. Wow. So that's why they talk about climate change and not just global warming, because it's definitely causing more. It's actually causing blizzards in some places, wetness in other areas, so pretty interesting. They're saying that it could cause more flooding in 2020, and because much of the soil in Illinois is already saturated and can't retain additional moisture. And north of this Chicago, there are states that have received heavy snowfall, and of course that will melt into the Mississippi River. And there, Illinois is a catch-all for all the water in the Midwest. Okay, I'll read this one next that Maxed Out Credit has. If some of you guys have other great links, please post them and I'll read those instead. Oh, wait, let me see what this is.
Russian military hackers successfully infiltrated Burisma, the Ukrainian gas company, at the center of President Trump's impeachment trial. CNN's Brian Fung joins us now live from Washington with the details. This looks very similar to the attacks on the DNC and the Clinton campaign.
NSA recently alerted Microsoft to a major flaw in its Windows operating system that could let hackers pose as legitimate software companies. Microsoft issued a software update on Tuesday to fix the vulnerability as part of its normal schedule for releasing software patches. Independent journalist Brian Krebs first reported this vulnerability and patch. They said Microsoft provided the software fix to the military and key infrastructure companies ahead of Tuesday's public release. The flaw concerns a core Windows function that verifies the legitimacy of apps and programs. It's a feature known as Crypto API. It's the equivalent of a building security desk checking IDs before permitting a contractor to come up and install new equipment. By compromising the validation feature, hackers could impersonate good software companies to install bad software. Okay, interesting. Independent journalists. You think there's no such thing as an independent journalist on mainstream news? And you think all news journalists are CIA talking heads? Okay. And then Maxed Out Credit has a follow-up to the story. That says Microsoft, I don't know if that's the same as if it's a follow-up. Let's see. This was released yesterday. And then this one was released 18 hours ago. Another fail, this time it's serious, they say. Microsoft released a critical Windows security update, but it doesn't work. Go on this side again. This patch is failing to install for some users. Update. And here's, you can get around this by installing the update manually. Cat and mouse game. I'll leave this open for David and remind him to do that after the show. Jim says that independent journalists are actually CIA talking heads who break the news for CIA. Because they get their clearance from Washington, D.C. and they only let them know what they want them to report to the public. And that's it. Everything that's truly important is kept very secret, according to Jim Brewski. You might be right, Jim. I'll put this here for David. Oh. David has so many things open that he has like multiple I don't know where to put this. There we go, I guess. No, I wanted to put it here. It's not enough that David has multiple tabs open. Now we have multiple windows with multiple tabs open. I should just have them all here for David to see all of the things that he has open. I can't even... Okay. There we go. I think that's it. I'm gonna close out of this. Maxed Out Credit says it's a cat and mouse game. There's no more journalists, just internet news miners. You spend $250,000 a year to become a journalist, and you end up making $40,000 a year. Wow. Really, Jim? Doesn't your computer slow down with all of those? Jim says he has 3 different browsers, 12 different windows, and hundreds of tabs. Journalism is is a lost profession. Oh. Why didn't you bookmark them or something, Jim? Yeah, there really aren't a lot of journalism jobs. Don't worry, be happy he got a letter from his accountant that said the federal penalty for no health insurance was repealed. However, the state of New Jersey implemented their own policy for having health insurance. Yeah, all the news centers hire ex-politicians to be their pundits. It's kind of ridiculous. It is not just kind of, it is ridiculous. Because you don't want them as bookmarks, you just want to watch them all, but you don't have time to watch them all. Aren't they, are they YouTube channels then? YouTube shows, I take it? YouTube videos, documentaries, shows, different articles, music, etc. Well, one thing you could do is you could do a flipboard of them. And your YouTube, you could add to a watch later list. Just to save your computer all that processing power. Or you could do maxed out credit says you could copy each URL to a notepad file and then you could cut and paste when you had time. That way you don't have to bookmark them all. I'm just thinking ways so your computer doesn't force shut down every 24 hours because it's processing so much. He wakes up in the morning and talks about being upset that people are saying things on the show, especially when they threaten life-threatening things. You're right, the URL doesn't show you what the video is or the article is, but you could write a little note for yourself. He's like, don't worry about me, Sarah. I've got a system. Probably taking up a lot of electricity that you don't have to be taking up. I heard something about, with global warming, if we watch Netflix or, all that bandwidth, something about that affects carbon. I don't know about that. Thank you, Howie. I appreciate that. Yeah, you could copy the title below the URL. I wouldn't be, it's not scared, it's just pathetic, aggravation, not fear. And in all your tabs, Jim. I can't believe these people are putting death threats in the room or calling with death threats. I agree with that. Yeah, I like that. Keep it simple. I'm glad that if there are death threats, they, for the most part, have stopped when I'm broadcasting. I haven't gotten one in a while, which is really nice. I don't want them. You know, just somebody came in and typed something in the room like they normally do. It's really not worth talking about. Sure, any politician that happens to, sadly. It's a good idea to, thanks for the cat picture, cute. Shall I pull up my file? Really, Zeno? I just said, it's not really worth talking about. You got a solar-powered USB power bank, and you added 4 lithium-ion batteries in parallel for 45,000 megahertz of use. You can power your cell phone for 3 days. Nice. One of the things I really appreciated that I did recently, a little less than a year ago, was this KonMari method of cleaning my house. I haven't cleaned my house with the KonMari method because that would involve David. So, and I will admit I haven't done all of my own stuff, and sometimes I have to redo mine, but the parts that I've done, it just makes it so much easier. And it's like, the great thing is it just like lets me let go of so much stuff. I mean, I think the day I really, or the week, I spent a week on my bedroom, and I did a KonMari thing on my whole bedroom, and it was just, oh, so good. It was just so freeing. I got rid of 4 bags of stuff. 4 bags of stuff that did not bring me happiness. So here's the thing, Jim. You should really look at Marie Kondo's. She has a book called The Magic of Tidying Up, and she also has a video on YouTube called Marie Kondo's The Magic of Tidying Up. But really, so she says, you know, most people, they say, oh, I'm going to organize a section. So they organize their bedroom. Then they organize their kitchen. And so she doesn't organize like that. She starts with clothes. And she's like, and she actually gets paid. Rich people like pay her to come in and help them organize. And she's like, you have to put every single item of clothing from your entire house. And she's like, is that everything? Because if I go through and find something, then it's automatically gonna go in the discard pile. And so they have to bring all the clothes to one big heap. And then they have to go through their clothes and say, do I love this? Like automatically, yes, no, I love it, I want to keep it, or no. And that way you only keep items that you really love. And everything else, she says, actually, if it doesn't spark joy for you, you say, thank you for being in my life, it's time to let you go, and you pass it on. And of course, one of the nice things too is like, for me, I'm like, I don't just want to throw it in the garbage because I really, you know, it's still valuable. So I was able to donate the clothing that I didn't need. There might have been some odd socks I threw away, but I probably should throw away that odd sock that I found because it's like, anyway, so you get rid of all that. And then she has, with the clothing, she has a way of folding her clothing so that in your drawer it looks super organized when you open it up, that was a total game changer for me. So she says you keep shoe boxes. You could do Rubbermaid tubs, I guess, but you keep shoe boxes because they fit perfectly in a drawer, and you fold everything into the shape of a rectangle, and you set it on end. So it's set instead of like laying your clothes flat like that, like if you do t-shirts or underwear or socks, instead you put them like this in a drawer so that you're able to look at all of your clothing. When you open the drawer, you can see everything, and you don't have to like go digging underneath other shirts. Sounds good, Dershowitz. So that was really cool. I love opening my drawers and seeing all like, so now I have like a shoebox full of my underwear, shoebox full of my socks and like my ladies' garments, all like organized, and it's just, I love opening it up and seeing it all organized. And then I rotate them, and then as I take off my clothes each day, I'm like, thank you for clothing me today. You did a good job. And of course, you know, the job of your clothing is to clothe you, and then you want to let them rest. And one thing I haven't always done is like, she empties her purse every night. But I said underwear. I was talking about, never mind, bras. Anyway, so you have your clothes organized. That's not a problem. With paper, the next thing that she does, first she does clothes. I think next is books. I'm pretty sure next is books, but I'm not totally sure. But she puts every book from the whole house in one place, and she says she knocks on the books to wake them up because they've been sitting there for a long time. And same thing, if it doesn't bring you joy, get rid of it. But the other thing, and like jewelry and like knickknacks, just getting rid of all of that stuff. And it just feels so good to have like just less stuff. And I feel like, and I just did my stuff. I would love to help David maybe do his stuff, but because it's just, I feel sometimes like in this house, it was David's house before I moved in, but I've been living here long enough that I should say it's our house. But anyway, it would be good to go through and get rid of stuff.
The thing is, getting stuff clear really clears your head.
Yeah. And you know what's so amazing about this method?
Yeah.
Is that when you go to look for something, like right now, David and I have to go buy something because we know we had this item, but we have no idea where we put it. And both of us looked for it.
I think we kind of moved,
and we might have even taken it with us and left it on our travels.
Yeah, we never know.
I mean, that could have been, but I tell you, like now, I just remember, even talking reminds me, like I need to go put my knee brace away that I wore today because I asked David where it was. Anyway, he found it, and I have a specific spot for it.
Good.
And then that way, whenever I need it, I know exactly where it is, and it just saves you so much time. When you think, oh, I don't have time to organize, that time that you spend organizing saves you a ton of time later in life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't put things away, you're really not doing the right thing. You have to put things back in their place. I learned this from my father, and if you take care of your tools and you put them in the right place where they're supposed to be, your tools will take care of you. So you really have to always put something back to where you found it.
The hoarding thing is really weird because like people are emotional when you try to help them clean. Like, right. I can't possibly lose that thing even though it's buried under 10, 15 other things.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Unreal.
craziness.
You know, and the thing with hoarders, you have to give them their space and say, no, we're going to leave this just for you. And give them a big space, you know, like, no, that's just yours, you know. And then once they have that, they establish their new boundaries. Normally their house could be their boundary, but if you give them just one area of the house, like a shed, if you have a hoarder in your family, give them one area that they can just stick in that one area. Define their boundaries. Otherwise, they'll take over the whole house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the worst is paper. They collect paper.
Yeah.
And they don't. And I love the Marie Kondo's thing. She doesn't keep any paper at all. She's like, if you get a bill in the mail and you pay your bill, get rid of the bill because the paper served its purpose. She's like, even like cards and birthday cards, she's like, it served its purpose. Its purpose was to send you a message of thanks or message of greeting, and then you let it go.
Yeah, and we're living in an electronic era, so paperless really does work. You can even do your billing paperless now without even paper in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
So.
My next big thing is probably my taxes. I'm waiting on a couple of things for that.
Yeah, you made a lot of money, so you have to pay a lot of taxes.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain paper. She does say that there's certain papers you have to keep, like contracts and things like that. But having less paper helps you organize the papers that you do have to keep.
Yeah.
And
there's your mind too. You know, once you have everything organized around you, you're more likely to do the things you want to do. You're more likely to focus on what you really want to do. You know, and oftentimes clutter will get in that way, and you'll use it as an excuse. Procrastination is, oh, I've got all that stuff in the front room. I can't really do that other thing I want to do. How convenient. All that front room stuff has to go so you can do the thing you want to do. And that's what I have to tell myself too. We cleaned up our living room recently for Christmas, and it helps my attitude just going into it. Really.
Yeah.
Way better than it used to be.
When you look at a clean environment, it just frees your mind. And yeah, exactly. I mean, we still have work to do, but
you can put a green screen in front of everything like we have here. I've got a whole bunch of stuff back here you can't even see. But,
yeah, he's got green screens and things behind his green screens. Yeah.
So you have changed your life because of us. Well, that's good, Max. I'm glad I motivated you to change your life. That's great.
That's good. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. Have a great evening, Friday night evening. Enjoy the music or your shows or whatever you want to do. I'll be in there around 10ish. Yeah, so Sarah is, she worked a little bit this week, and we had a couple days we were snowed in. We got really bad snow this week. One of the worst snows I've had in a while up where we live. So we're seeing climate alterations. Yeah. The weather has changed considerably. It came in waves. It was weird. This year it was like rain, wind, rain, wind, rain, wind, snow, wind, snow. And now it's completely settled and the snow's melting. Yeah, it's like boom, 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 boom. So we must have been picking up the vibes of that huge cold front that came in September, October through the Midwest. I remember when we were back east in August, we just got home in time before the snow hit. It was weird. It's like September they were getting snow back in the West, or rather the Midwest. Well, yeah. And when you get curveballs thrown at you in life, you have to change your life. That's right. You're forced to do it. Like a message from above that you're heading the wrong direction or neglecting something in your life, right? And the theory that you never get anything thrown at you more than you can handle. Some religious people believe that. That you're meant to have this problem and you got to own it and just deal with it, whatever it is. You type on good quality toilet paper. That's smart. When you go to the men's bathhouses, what are you talking about, and why are you making these ridiculous statements? You know, yeah, where do I get a wig like that? That's beautiful. That's my real hair, man. Yeah, it's rooted in my head. You know, you can't pull the wig up. It's because there's not a wig. It's my real hair. The key to maintaining good health, hair health, has a lot to do with purified water. I didn't think this at first, but I started seeing hair loss when my local community started running chlorine through our water, big time. We got a new water system company handled our tap, and pretty soon it was chlorinated, bad. So I started experimenting with, at the end of my showering, I'll use the chlorine just in general, but at the end of my showering, I will use filtered water on my head. So the key is it actually helps whatever conditioner you have on there kind of set. So I put a splash of really nice hot, which I heat up in a microwave, water over my head. And no, it's not radiated water. It's just been heated up in the microwave. And it's not very hot. It's just kind of warmer than tepid, and it cleans my hair follicles really well. And of course, it doesn't hurt to have a little fruit spray on your scalp too. And on your face. And I brought the fruit spray forward because it's really not just fruit spray. It's a small amount of fruit spray in there. It's mostly a fountain of youth water, which I mined from a very delicate body of water somewhere in the world. I have to go far and wide to get to it, but it's well worth it. And I would live in that body of water if I could, but I live here. So I've got to live here instead of living over there. But I would probably end up swimming daily in that body of water if I could. So instead I brought it in a fruit spray and I spray it on my face. Microsoft, known for their stupidity and how many different backdoors they have in their programs, releases a critical Windows 10 security update, but it doesn't work. Another fail, and this time it's serious. Maybe. A severe security bug was recently discovered in Windows 10, and although Microsoft was quick to issue a patch to fix it, it appears that it's failing to install for some users. Huh. Well, I've had a few Windows updates. They seem to be working. The security bug discovered by the NSA affects Windows crypt32.dll files and could enable an attacker to use fake security certificates to install malware under the guise of being valid software. Experts warn the vulnerability could be used to exploit attack networks. Could also be exploited to attack networks. Latest in a long line of problematic Windows 10 updates. Well, I'm just so tired of Windows 10 having made all this money and having never really built security features into their programs. It's almost mind-boggling that they don't have enough patches to cover their problems. And NSA alerted them of this flaw.
Russian military hackers successfully infiltrated Burisma, the Ukrainian gas company, at the center of President Trump's impeachment trial. CNN's Brian Fung joins us now live from Washington with the details. This looks very similar to the attacks on the DNC and the Clinton campaign, Brian.
That's right. This may be the very first time we get a glimpse of Russia's 2020 playbook here. The attack, according to analysts, the online security firm Area 1 began in November when Russian military intelligence, or the GRU, set up a network of fake websites designed to lure Burisma employees into giving up their email credentials. Now, as I said, this began in November when the impeachment proceedings were just ramping up, and the attack succeeded, according to Area 1, meaning that the Russian hackers gained access into the internal communications networks of Burisma. It's not clear what the Russians may have wanted with that access, nor is it clear how deeply Burisma may have been compromised, but Area 1 says its monitoring of the internet for these types of attacks gives it a high degree of confidence that Russia was behind the attack on Burisma.
Okay, so it's pretty obvious Donald Trump and the Russians are working together here. Remember, Donald Trump's big line of crap is that he wants to get dirt on Joe Biden. Now, he's got the Russians hacking Burisma's server. Isn't it obvious Donald Trump's working with Russia? Now Russia's doing the bidding to try to get this whole thing put to rest and get Joe Biden packing his bags and heading home. Because the last thing they want Joe Biden to do is sound credible.
I can't talk. What do I do?
Some people like Joe Biden. In fact, most Democrats like Joe Biden. He's leading in the Democratic Party overall. And there's a lot of reasons why they like him, because they believe that he's got the fire in him and the age match with Donald Trump. They like that. Although a younger guy would be better, but they got Pete Buttigieg, who's kind of comes off milquetoasty when he's speaking. Very similar to Jimmy Carter, in my opinion. They need a very, very acerbic person in the Democratic Party, a young guy like me, but they don't have me because they rejected me and called me a racist when I've never been racist in my life. Fascinating. Anyway, but Biden is impervious to gaffes. And why is that? Well, here, let's find out. Why Biden is impervious to gaffes. Verbal flubs or early signs of dotterdom, whatever your name you use, frontrunner Joe Biden makes a lot of them. An awful lot. To some extent, he always has. Biden has long been known for putting his proverbial foot in mouth before he served as Obama's VP, while he served by Obama's side, and certainly since now that he's drifting into his late 70s. The question is whether it will hamper his presidential aspirations. Conventional wisdom holds that it will, but if you're up against Donald Trump, who constantly puts his foot in his mouth, it's really like one foot offsets the other in mouth. Yeah, he contradicts himself, stumbles on his words, blurts off-color remarks, inappropriately touches people. All of those people care about clarity and cogency. They care about evidence of analytical intelligence. They care about lucidity. And since they're well-educated, sporting bachelor's degrees and often professional degrees, they appreciate and respect rhetorical eloquence. But what about the rest of America? People who don't have bachelor's degrees and maybe not any college degree at all, who aren't symbolic analysts, who do service work. I suspect many of those people won't much care that Biden sometimes sounds a little confused, trips over his words. Yeah. Embarrasses himself a little bit. Many of them might actually like it because it makes them sound a lot more like them than more polished candidates do. I agree. I mean, I've met a lot of people like this.
I can't talk. What do I do?
Sir, just order the latte grande with a twist of almond milk. Yeah, for color. Yeah, you may not be able to do anything else but that. Yeah, I heard about the ISIS Jabba the Hutt guy arrested. Yes, here he is in his nice pantaloon pants that were customly designed for him by a major fashion designer. Yes, he's a large man, had to be carried out in a truck. That's nice. He's known as Jabba the Hutt. He's been captured in Mosul. The question is, will he survive in jail without 4 chickens a day and 3 loaves of bread? We don't know. His appetite is extreme. But Allah shall prevail. Wonder what he did during Ramadan. Yeah. Allah shall prevail there too. I'm not Muslim, so don't misquote me here. Yeah, I don't support Allah. Right, I'm not a liar, so I can't be in the Democratic Party. You're right. It only takes liars. That's a prerequisite. Good point. Of course, I'd have to be a liar to be a Republican, too. Well, of course, I'll unban Kiefer Boya. Yeah, I didn't realize he was so disturbed by his banning. The last thing I want to do is cause any of you any kind of emotional pain in the show. Consider me the kinder, gentler Dave. My New Year's resolution was to be nice to everyone I can, including the people that I consider retardicans and libtards. Yeah, I did unban all just a couple days ago. Yeah, I did it at January 1st, and I also did it just 2 days ago. That's the least I can do. So Windows screwed us over. We now have patches galore, and Max made a good point. They make too many lines of code to review, so they just keep adding lines. That's right. Windows is a mountain of bad code. And without the advanced memory systems we have, which piles up all this bad code, puts it on our computer and spits out something that works. That's what Windows is, with backdoors up the yin-yang. And you say that the next Windows is Linux? Yeah, isn't that funny? Steve Ballmer, the guy who made $54 billion on Microsoft, working as a CEO, hated Linux when it first came out. And now Windows 11 is built off a Linux framework. Yeah. Well, I did unban all, yeah. That was my New Year's resolution. Yeah, in the spirit of reconciliation and love American style, doing in the red, white, and blue. Hey, how about, wouldn't you like to be at that time listening to Donald Trump talk to Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, I wonder if I could find a 13-year-old. Oh, I wonder if... 2 years later, Justice for Katie claimed she was raped at 13 by Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein watching as she was physically mauled. That's what she said. And then she retracted her lawsuit, claiming that she was under threat of life and death, that someone had threatened to kill her from the Trump group, that she couldn't talk about it anymore. Justice for Katie? Yeah, you don't care about that. Okay, well, that's nice. That's special. Well, and if we have to talk about anything, let's avoid impeachment, okay? Because we're going into this weekend. It's going to be a big week next week. There's a very good chance that the Republicans will just blow this off and it'll go to bed. The whole thing will go to rest. And Donald Trump will say, see, I told you I was completely innocent. I've never done anything wrong. Could I get another favor, Mr. Zelensky? Oh, and Vladimir, I'll make private phone calls anytime to you and ask, where should I send my troops? So we're going to be getting a lot of that going on. If Donald Trump has vindication here, he's going to be filled with all kinds of fun stuff. Imagine him going to Moscow. Donald Trump is slated to go to Moscow, I believe, in May. Yeah. Have we forgot to play the Larry Sinclair video? Of course not. Here it is, by request.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay. There was Larry Sinclair on request. Anyone who has questions about Larry Sinclair's authenticity, he passed a lie detector test with 99% certainty. So yeah, Obama is gay, and he's married to a transgender named Michael. I wish I was making that up. We were totally bamboozled. All of us were. Of course, I didn't vote for Obama, thank God. Okay, we've got confirmation of something else now. Not good. Prince Andrew's photo was analyzed. The one I raised a big issue about. The photo of Prince Andrew with Virginia Giuffre Roberts. Yep. The famous image that's combed the world. Well, it turns out that I was right. I was accurate. Yeah. And ironically, Prince Andrew has, he's defied, everybody's saying he was there. He said he wasn't there. He doesn't remember it. His hand was not holding on to this young girl. Now, Max claims that he has a friend who's a graphic artist and corroborates what I said. The artist corroborated that the hand was doctored. Yeah. Well, I noticed I've been doing work as a graphic artist my life, and I spent a lot of time with Photoshop and over the years, and I've grown accustomed to certain things that are just aberrant in nature. Yeah, like this. This line right here is clearly photoshopped. See how straight that line is? Now, Prince Andrew claims that he's not holding on to her like that. This is a photoshopped hand. And it does seem to be in a kind of an awkward position. Yeah, so I'm beginning to believe that that is exactly that, a photoshopped picture. And I'm not here to vindicate Prince Andrew. The mask appeared on 3 layers. She examined it. There you go. The graphic artist, I assume, was a woman. Could have been a man. Whatever. Right. Yeah, so here we have Howie, who's going through this homosexual panic period in his life. And he's now wondering what the term gay means. He thinks it means carefree, cheerful, bright, and showy. Yeah. The woman works for a newspaper. That's good. Well, hopefully her validity is forthright. She's done her best. I'm convinced at this point that there's something bizarre about the story that keeps spinning out of control regarding Prince Andrew. It's got a life of its own. It just seems, but the whole thing about Prince Andrew doesn't seem perfect. There's something wrong. I think he knew Roberts. I just think that photograph was also fake. So somebody's out to get him. Prince Andrew claims that he was kind of forced into a sting operation by Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is completely concurrent with the idea that Jeffrey Epstein did that. He solicited big political figures around the world and tried to trap them with young girls. So in a way, this entire thing could be an attempt to manipulate the royal family. I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. He had various quotes that he's famous for. He said, "Those are my traveling clothes." He also said, "I've never seen Epstein with a camera." And he says, "I didn't go upstairs at Ghislaine's." And it's a photo of a photo. "I'm not one to, as it were, hug," he says. "And we can't be certain it's my hand." So all these points actually ring true, or possibly true, and I tend to believe that they're framing Prince Andrew. For what purpose, I don't know. But I also believe that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive, so you can go from there. Deep Ellen Blues has something.
Did you know lard?
Lard makes you lean? I did not know that. So when you have the lard, you are forgiven for all of your fatness. And the lard sprayed unto the heavens, splashed upon the frying pan,
Can make you lean.
I did not know that.
My first video was about why some people get fat and what to do about it. This video is about learning to love fat.
That's kind of cool. Lard makes you lean, and if you have the lard, you will love your fat. Well, folks, this will be of educational importance to some of you who are sporting a few extra, hundreds of pounds extra. We'll give you the rundown on that. Lard and its benefits. Looking razor sharp today, yeah. Thank you, Herbal Ascension. I have a daily show. Oh! I have a daily show, and the chair sometimes falls back. Yeah, I have a daily show, and what's the point of doing it if I don't look good, right? if I was one of these people that was drunk and burnt out, it wouldn't be good. That tie really looks good. Well, Meta-Nemesis got the tie. It's really sharp, and it's brand new too. Motivated me to fix up the older flag tie I have. I stitched it today, got it back to normal. I could always take the older flag the older flag tie on my trips across the great land that we live in. And this is the big country that we live in, the Farm Report. Well, everybody, 2019, the second wettest ever year in the U.S. Flooding cost Illinois and the Midwest $6.2 billion. Scientists predict more waterlogged days ahead. You know, ironically, this is weather warfare. When we see weather modification going on, and we have seen weather modification, those of you who believe in climate change might as well know that that is ostensibly weather modification. It's not you and your car that's causing it. They're purposely changing the weather right under our nose. I know. I'm pissed off too. So their weather modification is climate change. So when something like this happens, $6.2 billion to the Midwest in 2019, that's a lot of money. That hurts us economically. They're keeping us down. They're holding our country down by doing this terrible thing to the atmosphere, by spraying and dumping chemicals in the air. What can I say? They're getting away with it. There's not much we can do except show people, yeah, it's really happening. Cammy's in the air, do-do-do-do-do-do. Cammy's in the air. Aw, that's nice. Hey, what do you got? So I never thought I'd be saying that Prince Andrew might be innocent, but here we are saying it.
Former President Barack Obama is here to help. On Wednesday, President Obama shared his summer reading list on Facebook, saying, in case you're looking for some suggestions. Obama offers a variety of novels, nonfiction, and short stories. The top of Obama's list is late author Toni Morrison, who passed away.
Oh my gosh, Michael shared a really rare picture of his face when he was a little girl. Yeah, Michael LaVaughn Robinson. That's kind of cute. Somehow I don't believe this, but you never know. It sure looks like her, though, I'll tell you that. Yeah. I mean, looks like him. This is getting confusing. Huh. I think we're just showing pictures of kids at this point. People magazine had a picture of Michelle Obama as a little boy. I mean, a little girl or a little boy. Was that a girl or a boy? Okay, thank you. Michael, yeah, well, we do know that Michael Obama is, yeah, I know. Okay, so we're good there. Mississippi River flooded. Yeah, bad news there. Sarah brings in some good news stories. Far left internet thinks that Mayor Pete Buttigieg is a secret agent. Secret agent man. Secret gay agent man. The Pete is CIA meme crystallized a pervasive feeling about Buttigieg, but he, like the broken world we live in, was crafted by institutions that can no longer be trusted. Wow. Conspiracy theory that Buttigieg is a CIA plant has been congealing in the internet's fever swamps for as long as profiles of the young candidate have fixated on a biography that, to the conspiracy-minded, seems almost suspiciously clean. The perceived threats of neoliberal imperialists, the deep state converging in the unlikely form of a dweebish Midwestern mayor. He's one of the many intelligence community operators working in the government, says Steve Poikonen, host of the YouTube vlog series Slow News Day. He said confidently in an April episode titled Pete Buttigieg, CIA Democrat? Question mark. In a 13-minute video delineating the conspiracy theory, Poikonen breaks down what he sees as Buttigieg's Harvard-Oxford educational pipeline. His service as a Navy intelligence officer in Afghanistan after a stint at McKinsey and Company, and his fellowship at the Truman National Security Project. And the more than 200 national security and intelligence figures who endorsed his candidacy, including the former head of the National Clandestine Service and the agency's former deputy director. Wow. It's a perfect tool for the intelligence community to have this guy put together. A picture forms an elite, educated, multi-language speaking employee of the CIA's consulting firm who currently serves as an intelligence officer in the Naval Reserves. If you created a CIA asset in a lab, you'd wind up with Pete Buttigieg. Did we ever get his real name? Yeah, whatever his real name is, we don't know. He could be Agent X. Wow. This was an entire episode of him, a podcast, saying, is Pete Buttigieg a CIA agent? 1 hour and 13 minutes. Holy moly. Donald Trump's ideal aircraft carrier with a McDonald's.
Rocker is a podcast coming of age story about finding a home in rock music and learning to flourish in your own.
Okay, well that didn't take me where I wanted to go. Okay, I think I'm just going to go back one here and forget the podcast. If I can get the video, that'd be great. Because I'm curious. He does seem like a complete canned corporate suck-up. Kind of like Barack Obama appealing to the white guilt vote, you know? His real name is Paul Montgomery, and he changed it to Pete Buttigieg. Are you serious? Why would he do that? Well, this is really weird, folks. This guy does seem like he could be a plant. This is weird. Yeah. Peter Paul Montgomery Buttigieg. This is his real name. I'm beginning to think this guy is definitely some sort of a corporate plant from McKinsey. Peter Paul Montgomery Buttigieg. So his real name is Peter Paul Montgomery. That's so weird. Everything about it seems completely fake, doesn't it? He's not going to win re-election in his South Bend, Indiana. They said even if he were to go back in there and try, he wouldn't even be voted in again by his own people. He couldn't even get re-elected. I'll bet some of those people in South Bend had no idea he was gay when they first voted for him. Not that that should impede his progress, but you know, it was amazing how his whole story became my approach to the whole thing and how he uses religion to defend himself was now picked up by the Trump administration. He's using that as his byline. His holier than thou art. Trump is making fun of that. There it is, 12 minutes.
Welcome to Slow News Day. I'm Steve Poikonen. I wanted to take a couple of minutes this morning before I get into the rest of my day.
Okay, we'll play this later tonight. Yeah, it'll be good. Hearing from an itinerant guy talking about a CIA Democratic plant. It's getting weirder. You found it strange. He needs to try again to keep all the money. As long as he's running, he gets to keep all the money. Who are you talking about? So Pete Buttigieg gets money to run from a publication or a public relations firm? I'm kind of shocked. I had no idea this was happening. Hey, I'm going to put that in the political cover-up section. He gets donations. He gets to keep his donations. Nobody gets to keep their donations. That goes into his re-election fund, or he has to surrender it. Well, you're lucky he's not in the show right now. Yeah. He gets lots of donations. He's got like $34 million in donations already. Buttigieg. Hey, Diamond Dave Lee Roth of Van Halen. Whoa, David Lee Roth is in, everybody. Hey, man. David Lee Roth, man. I heard you had a little problem on stage the other day. Are you okay? David Lee Roth was suffering a little, you're a little wheezy, and you didn't have a stroke, did you? Hubby is having problems? Okay. Thanks, Anita, for telling us about your hubby. You're okay? Okay. Diamond Dave, everybody. David Lee Roth of Van Halen comes in our show. Celebrity Chatter. Nice to see you're in. Yeah, you're looking pretty good for your age, I'll tell you. Yeah. You are 65 years old, man. You're looking good for your age, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, you've been around, man. I don't even know who Cowboy Curtis is. Dude looks like a lady. Yeah, David Lee Roth, his new look. Weren't you a character on Rocky Horror Picture Show at one point? You certainly could play that character. Oh, man. Your simple life, you live the simple life that ain't so simple. Is your entire life turning into like a song lyric? Have you noticed that? Repeating the same song lyrics over and over again in your head? You had an angina attack, Anita? That's terrible. Angina is cured with what? Nitroglycerin. Maybe you should contact a cardiologist. Ask if you can get some relief from nitro. Something about it expanding the blood vessels and making it easier to feel normal. You do have more hair than me, cumulatively. Yes, good one. I don't have, I cut a lot of my hair off. But as you can see, yeah, you've got a similar thing happening. You got the high. I have a little bit of missing hair up in here. You know, it's not easy. Yeah, you got that typical male pattern baldness. That's not a big deal. It looks good on you, man. Oh, I know. I bet you still do. David Lee Roth. You know, his net worth is $60 million. So he's sitting on a pretty nice nest egg. Have you considered going to maybe a new residence? There's some really nice places right now in Los Angeles for under 10 million. Yeah, have you seen? Yeah, there's a really nice place. Let me show you on Zillow here. No, I'm not working with a realtor. I'm not trying to sell David Lee Roth a new residence, but you can get some nice values in Los Angeles now for 10 mil. You want to be in Malibu, right? Yeah. I'm not showing your house. I'm looking up a new house for you to move. Yeah, I'm thinking it's time. Do you mind if I fill out a few requirements? Yeah, I'm just going to set up a couple things here. It's not going to be a condo or an apartment or a townhouse or a manufacturer, multifamily. Yeah, no, lots. See, we want to actually house. I got to get 4 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms. I'm going to ask for a specific thing, which I know you want. You want water view, and you got to have a pool. Waterfront would be nice too. And must have AC, yeah. Let's see what happens. Yeah, spa. Keyword spa. Just a jigaloo. Done. Hey, this is one result. Tarzana, California. Here it is. It's a deal. $8,950,000. This is a beautiful house. It has a water view, but it doesn't have. It has a beautiful pool there. Oh my gosh. Oh, David, look at that. I saw that crazy video you made a few years back. Yeah. Look at that. Is that not your future home or what? Only $8,955,000 right now. Howie, that's the most ridiculous thing you've ever said here. You want a place in Yuma for under $10,000? Or would you prefer this one for $9 million? Let's just call it 9 mil out the door, okay? I know Tarzan is where your friends hang out. I know you more than you know yourself, David. You know how long I lived in LA? I know the LA scene. I could probably sell real estate in Los Angeles if I really put my mind to it. Man, that is gorgeous. Look at that tile front entrance. And those are the outdoor Italian tiles. They don't skimp. Whoa. I'm not going to haggle. This is a gorgeous house for $9 million. Oh, it has all that pomp and circumstance a rock star deserves. You know you deserve this. No. Look at the beauty of this home. It's absolutely stunning. Open format. I like saying that with mobile homes. It's even better when I say it with this house. I don't think the chairs come with it, but the custom cabinets do. All built-ins and a lovely wine cellar. Whoa. Beautiful kitchen with quartz countertops and an absolute provincial dining experience. Beautiful library, pillars, the whole thing. This is a castle, man. For 9 mil, this is easy peasy. That's the master entrance, and then there's the big jacuzzi tub. I'm trying to get one in our master to put similar to this. I'm telling Sarah we're going to have to get a jacuzzi tub like this. Oh yeah, beautiful. Bumper to bumper, dual bidets, toilet and bidet, and walk-in. There's your master suite. Put all your posters in the back of that, you know. Beautiful rock waterfall, wall waterfall. Second bathroom, entertainment movie theater. Oh my goodness. That was not a toilet, it was a jacuzzi, yeah. So, you know, folks, you're having $1 million experience with me right now. Isn't that amazing? You see how free we are? We can freely look on the internet and experience the life of a super rich guy like David Lee Roth, if indeed that's who you are. I love the layout overlooking the mountains, but I'm a little bit pissed because I asked for a water view and it gave me a swimming pool. Oh yeah. Mae West, your ideal figure, huh, Howie? Boy, you really like the hourglass figure, don't you? You're right. I could go down to LA and retire selling 3 of those homes. With all the people I know in Hollywood, I could probably make at least maybe 1 sale. Sunlight on your butt is a viral joke? Please, I asked you to not post that and you posted it anyway. I don't want to have my butt visible in the sun. You could get butt burned. Yeah, anyway, back to the important story. Not that skanky thing that he put out there. That was bizarre. Yeah, why do you send those links in here? You try to denigrate our show with that crap. You should be ashamed of... How dare you? Back to the fantasy of my life. Look at that beautiful pool. That must be at least an acre-sized pool. Well, who needs a waterfront property when you got that in Tarzana, right? Okay, David, I'm going to give you the link to this. You can contact the realtor there. I know this is your house for the future. I'm not only famous for my my amazing matchups. I'm a kind of a matchmaker too. Nice city view. You do have a peekaboo view of the ocean there. Nice. Ah, beautiful. I'm just amazed. That's actually a pretty good deal. If I showed you what you could find in Malibu for that price, you'd be disappointed. Yeah, I know of a house for that same price in Malibu, Point Dume, with a peekaboo view of the ocean, but it's only on 2 acres, and it's just like a rambler. It's, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't even want it in Van Nuys. 10 million. That's a good deal. Okay, here's Buttigieg's fundraiser dangles influence for cash. Thank you for that, Max. We need a lot of dirt on Buttigieg. He does seem like he's an intelligence guy being put out into the race to grab all those Democratic guilt votes. Well, I voted for Obama last time. I have to vote for a gay man this time. Not knowing that Obama was gay, too. I didn't vote for Obama. I was just pretending to be a Democrat. In a recent email with a wealthy prospective donor, a top fundraiser for Democratic presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg made an offer that was unusually blunt, even by modern pay-to-play standards. What they're saying, if you want to get on the campaign's radar now before he's flooded with donations after winning Iowa and New Hampshire, you can use the link below for donations. The fundraiser, HK Park, wrote in an email to the donor, which was reviewed by Axios. The Buttigieg campaign lists Park on its website as one of its top fundraisers, and those who have raised at least $25,000 for the campaign. Why it matters. Brendan Fisher at the campaign finance watchdog Campaign Legal Center said Buttigieg's fundraiser's pitch is an example of a campaign offering potential donors an opportunity to buy influence. So true. So true. It's rare that the public has an opportunity to see it in writing. But this is not only the only campaign that's offering big donors the opportunity to get on the radar of the candidate in exchange for large contributions. Elizabeth Warren went after Buttigieg for raising money from billionaires in a wine cave. That's what Warren did. I remember she did that during the debate. The prospective donor was also disturbed by the solicitation. It's a very telling and concerning that one of the campaign's major bundlers would talk like that, said the donor, who asked not to be named. What would this suggest about the way he's going to interact with Silicon Valley if the implication is pay for play? Good point. If that's the way he's operating, the donor added, it's in the public interest for people to know what's being said. So true. Pete Buttigieg is doing pay for play, everybody, openly out in front of everybody. Total corporate suck up, just like I said. Wow. Isn't it amazing? Now, Biden wants to revoke Section 230 of the protections of the internet provides. It would remove one of the core protections of the internet. Let's take a look at what this is. The idea that it's a tech company is that Section 230 should be revoked, immediately should be revoked. Number one, for Zuckerberg and other platforms, Biden said. It's the biggest liability shield, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. He wants it revoked. It should be revoked because it's not merely an internet company, it's propagating falsehoods they know to be false, he says. This wasn't the first time Biden criticized the immensely important internet law. In previous interviews with outlets like CNN, Biden has said that we should be considered taking away Facebook's exemption, but never said that it should be revoked until now. The exemption says that they cannot be sued for knowingly engaged on or in promoting something that's not true. Well, it's interesting because if we open things up to the government telling us what's true and what's not, you can imagine how many fake stories they would say, are just completely true, and we should be forced to claim they're true. Otherwise, we'll be charged with the crimes if we claim they're false. It's happening already on YouTube. People who are actually going out of their way to speak about reveals. We've done a few on our show showing alternative views than the mainstream media of an event that may have happened, like the recent Pensacola shooting or one of the many shootings that have happened. We've had about 50 shootings in the past 10 years in America alone. And many people wondering, where is the photographic proof? Well, even questioning that on screen, if I were to put up alternate video of various events, I would have my entire show completely banned from the internet. It's happened a couple times already to me. Whenever I show revealing truths that just stand in the way of the mainstream media rhetoric, I am immediately banned. And in one case, they gave me a warning and a strike. So I can't actually play controversial footage that would alter the traditional mainstream media narrative. Believe it or not, they're doing it already on YouTube. They call it hate speech. Even though it's technically not, they claim it is based on the simple fact that it goes against the mainstream narrative. Nobody's ever been able to question YouTube on this. So they've made the decision, and that's their decision. You can't really go against it. And I don't play a lot of footage that I would normally play during our show because I record these broadcasts live. Now, we have a YouTube channel, but it seems to be completely ignored on the internet. I've been censored for about 9 years now with the same number of subscribers, exact same number. And even people that say they like my videos, none of those likes show up. So I'm a classic example, like a litmus test of censorship for the past 9 years on YouTube. Good night, Max. Sleep well. Thanks for coming in. So in a way, I felt the brunt of this from the very beginning when I knew that they were censoring me, and I've been talking about it, but I can't get anyone really to even agree with me. One of my biggest frustrations is I've got supporters and people that I normally rely on for information claiming, no, that's just not true, Dave. No, you're not being censored. So it's difficult for me to put faith and trust in people that totally condemn my belief that I'm being censored. It really is. It's a stretch. And I've struggled with that for a long time with a couple individuals that continually go against my beliefs in that I am censored. They claim I'm not, yet they want me to respect their views. So it's very difficult. But anyway, that exemption saying that they cannot be sued for knowingly engaged promoting what's not true, I don't know if we should remove that exemption. I think Facebook should be avoiding prosecution. If they were to call everything that may or may not be true or have to bear responsibility for it, there's just no way they should. There are a lot of people that slip things through YouTube videos or whatnot that I would not expect YouTube to be responsible for. I really wouldn't. So I don't agree with Biden. I don't think we should remove the exemption. He wants to remove the exemption. I think it's extremely bold to do that. We need to get better ways of controlling how they censor people on Facebook and YouTube, not remove the exemption. What we need, I think, is an ombudsman at YouTube that would respond to people who are being kicked off and find a pathway of resolution and find out exactly why YouTube pulled them off. Because right now, there's very little oversight. I disputed a strike video that I had about a month and a half ago. I disputed it, and I haven't received a response. We're talking 6 weeks ago. The point is, we could have an ombudsman who can at least answer, as a public representative, answer to YouTube and respond to YouTube and have weight when they talk. Right now, we can't even get a word in edgewise to YouTube. Nobody will talk to anybody. We don't have a representative to prevent censorship. And there's really no law out there to prevent censorship on the internet. There's no law. There used to be a law a long, long time ago that prevented censorship, where every single network had to serve the public interest. A good old time ago, I can remember, it's called the Fairness Doctrine. The fairness doctrine was the one thing that every network had to abide by. They had to serve the public interest, and YouTube is not serving the public interest by shutting down people's viewpoints. It just isn't. Obama was the one that passed NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act. In 2012, he rescinded the Smith-Mundt Act, which prevented propaganda. So now the government can pitch propaganda and get away with it. The government can use false information on YouTube and promote that and then suppress anybody questioning it. And that happens a lot with chemtrails. Whenever you do a chemtrail video on YouTube, they post a description describing everything you're saying as a contrail. Every chemtrail video has this contrail disclaimer. The government feels it's their right to claim that everything in the air is a contrail, when that's just not the case. Right. NDA 2012 was the one that rescinded the Smith-Mundt Act. Every NDAA has advanced the U.S. Department of Defense budget. The most recent NDAA 2018 gave the budget well over $530 billion for the military. Barack Obama authorized $492 billion. Trump is talking about $750 billion for next cycle. And we don't have the money for that. We really don't. Yeah. You put a disclaimer claiming these are all reptilian videos? That's pretty funny. And then regarding cybersecurity and privacy on the internet, U.S. Attorney General William Barr pushed for cybersecurity encryption concerns. Basically, he's going to force Apple to give up their encryption capabilities. Basically, William Barr doesn't want any type of problem with anyone getting into a phone. In regards to the phone they wanted to access, recently the Pensacola shooting, Apple said they wouldn't give away their proprietary software information access to the FBI. So now Barr is pushing against encryption concerns, or rather his push against encryption concerns some FBI officials. Apple came under fire from the FBI and Barr. Barr said that the situation perfectly illustrates why it's critical to the public be able to get access to digital evidence. You know, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. Aaron Swartz was the developer of the technology we know as Reddit, RSS, all the RSS feeds. He also developed the Strongbox. And Aaron Swartz died at the age of 26 years old. Death by hanging. No one knows what really happened. He didn't seem like he was in a bad mood the day he was found hanging. And some people believe that the reason why he was found hanging was because he was so smart, he could develop tools on the internet that would prevent anyone hacking private files. He had a thing called the Strongbox that he developed, and we never saw it after the time he died.
So, who are you and why are you here at the Eldred argument?
I am Aaron Swartz and I'm here to listen to see the Eldred argument.
Why did you fly out here from Chicago and come all this way to see the Eldred argument?
That's a more difficult question. I don't know. It's very exciting to see the Supreme Court, especially such a prestigious case as this one.
Anyway, this was a young man who grew up on the internet and learned to code better than most. And he wanted freedom in the cloud, and this notion of doing no harm. He didn't want government oversight over our privacy. And he did everything he could to stop that, and consequently he died.
This is if you really want something, you pay more for it. You just can't do that with television.
But they have very little community features, and if you look at Google, they've never been good at building community features. Even if every journal...
Well, you said a mouthful there. Google doesn't have community features, and that's something that I think we really have areas of growth. Yeah. But he was a real trendsetter. He supposedly committed suicide, but they had him charged with violating MIT's proprietary intellectual property rights. MIT said they were going to drop the charges, but the weird thing about it is the U.S. Department of Justice, under, I believe it was Eric Holder, he leveled a boom on him, and they said they were going to go take him to jail, 30-year prison sentence. MIT said they dropped the charges, but no, Eric Holder wanted to put the nails in the coffin on this one, and Aaron Schwartz said he was more than willing to fight this case. He had already designated a couple $1 million of his fortune from selling his work and intellectual property already. Yeah, Eric Holder lowered the boom on him, and then all of a sudden Aaron Schwartz is dead. Yeah. Don't worry, be happy, says Dave. The federal penalty was repealed for not having health insurance. But the state of New Jersey says that implementing their own penalty? Yeah, I heard that the Supreme Court overturned that, or basically New Jersey is illegally trying to impose their own state law now, which would have to be routed through federal appellate court overseeing state activities. It would be another round to the Supreme Court, and it would bounce back saying they're in the wrong. So why would they do it? They want more money. They're running out of money. Your accountant sent a letter to you? Wow. Well, pick up a catastrophic healthcare insurance plan, the lowest cost output you can find. Healthcare is always a touchy issue. They can't do that, but they're doing it. You could incorporate in Delaware and move your company over to Delaware. You're not that far away. No, I didn't hear that Democrats are wanting to make all counties in D.C. separate states to add representatives so no one can ever oppose them again. Are you serious? Oh, that's absurd. Well, you know, I dislike the Democrats. I also dislike the Republicans because they're both parties have gone off the deep end in different directions, in my opinion. Yeah, the Democrats want to create 121 new states. Well, the reality is, most of us don't know this, but the reality is D.C. is a corporation. The United States, it's called. And the United States, operating out of Washington, D.C., is a corporation, and they run departments. And the departments they run would be like California is one, CA, Oregon, OR, Washington, WA. The departments are just the two initials of every state. And they run a veritable business. And every state makes huge amounts of money on the tax dollars of every taxpayer in those states. The Democrats would do away with the Constitution and home ownership if they could, yeah. The Democrats are moving to the left so far that they appear to be communist. And it's not that far off. Ocasio-Cortez appears to be a communist in everything she says and does. And what really is disturbing about the Democrats is they don't care about the money they're spending out of control. My local official, my representative sent me a letter asking me what I was most concerned about in the state of Washington. And I just wrote on there, we're $80 billion over budget. We're in debt for $80 billion. We were $16 billion 10 years ago over budget. We're now $80 billion over budget. They just keep spending and spending, these Democrats. Well, already a handful of elites rule the D.C. anyway. So if they want to make multiple states in D.C., each county a different state, that's absurd. But legally they could do that because, remember, they're running this as a business. They're not even appeasing our Constitution and abiding by it. The reality is, our nation went into bankruptcy in 1933. The United States of America went bankrupt. We've been bankrupt since March 9th of 1933 since then, and our company, the Corporation United States, which was created in 1871, earlier than 1933, that corporation was activated in 1933 and borrowed against. And the government, under the Federal Reserve's oversight, even though it's not part of the government, the Federal Reserve has been a liaison to the World Bank, and we owe money to the World Bank whenever we want to run the Corporation United States. I never thought it would get to this point, but we really are we no longer have a country, we have a corporation. And it's been that way ever since the 1933 when our nation went bankrupt. Now the good news is we can pull our nation out of bankruptcy. We can go into Chapter 11 on it, and we can bring it back. And we can take over again. The United States of America can rule again. And the United States would then become bankrupt. We're already $23 trillion in debt. We can resolve our debt obligations to China and Japan in creative ways, but all the while work toward building our own equity and building our own infrastructure bank and reestablishing the United States of America with that infrastructure bank. All we really need is a business plan, pitch it to the World Bank, and ask for all the money we have in store for us. Now we have over $45 trillion in store at the World Bank, based on the money, the gold that we received from Japan. They had acquired a lot from China a long, long time ago. We had gold from Germany and huge amounts of assets that we could easily convert back into our own asset. The problem is the World Bank would never agree to this. They would never allow us to do this. I would abolish the Federal Reserve. I'd simply retire their charter. There are provisions in the Federal Reserve Act to retire their charter, but they have to be bought out. The Federal Reserve owns about $18 billion worth of land. That's basically, we could easily convert that. No, I don't think we're headed for a civil war. We're headed for martial law. The goal isn't a civil, even this recent controversy about white supremacists being arrested by the FBI in Virginia, and Virginia's laws being ridiculously in favor of gun control, and West Virginia now offering West Virginia is offering counties in Virginia statehood. It's amazing. Never happened before in our history, but that's all real and also pumped up to divide the country. The people that are trying to divide the country are pushing us closer to a state of civil unrest. That's their primary goal. And it's not going to work. It hasn't worked in the past. They tried it with the Baltimore riots and the Ferguson riots under Obama. People like George Soros got a chance to fund both sides. They're doing it again. They're trying it again. It's not going to work. They're not going to drive our country into civil unrest. And their primary goal, though, is to create martial law, so they can impose a draconian totalitarian government junta that take over every one of us. Disgruntled. What does disgruntled mean? I know what the word means, but why would Sarah become disgruntled? No, it would not cause war. It would cause civil unrest. Highly unlikely people who are pro-gun would assemble a mass of people which would take over the gun control people. Highly unlikely that's going to happen. There's a reason why most of us are fluoridated. I'm not, but most of you are fluoridated heavily. You drink soda, orange juice, the sugar drinks, all have tap water in it. Very rarely do you drink filtered water. So most of you are pretty much, so you're not going to fight against each other. It's highly unlikely. I drink purified water and organic coffee. But that's just me. It's kind of hairpin I am. Most of you don't really have the backbone to decide you're going to form an organization, let alone a third party. I'm so idealistic, I believe this is possible. But most of you realize that most people are so apathetic they could care less. So because most of our country is fluoridated, it's highly unlikely we're going to be jumping all over each other and attacking each other. No matter how much you hate Democrats or how much you hate Republicans, you're not going to kill each other. But if they shut off the food and they start riots in various cities, then you can see civil unrest so bad that all they would have to do is declare martial law in 3 major cities. And that would be martial law across the country. And then the protocols of Operation Devolution are implemented. And Operation Devolution puts the Attorney General, this scumbag William Barr, would be in charge of our destiny. The president goes into an underground facility and is guarded. Every city and state police officer becomes a slave to the system that is above it, and you lose your power. All state and local governments succumb to a larger federal authority. That's what they want to do. I'm sure they have bunkers. It won't matter. They simply want to drive our country into a state of panic so they can implement their martial law, and then they'd go door to door, and they could implement very scary techniques to take over people's weapons, blah, blah, blah. They've been trying to do it peacefully over the past few years by pushing false flags, pretend shootings, making people think that, oh gosh, it's terrible, the shootings out there, we better get rid of our guns. They simply want people to get rid of their guns, and they're trying it through peaceful means right now. They're putting off the inevitable reality that they're going to create martial law and then lie to everybody about it happening and then enforce it. But therein lies the problem. The people that they have purposed for enforcing martial law are incompetent buffoons who'd easily get their head blown off by any accurate shooter with a standard rifle. So everyone who's trained to take over the country and to break all of us down and take away our weapons are incompetent. Chances are even militias will stand up to those groups and destroy them. So that would be a closer to anarchy than civil war. Closer to anarchy. I am a gun owner, yes. I own 2 BB guns. I don't really brag about my weapons because I'm very much a low-key shooter. I don't really want to hunt. Yeah. But I'm a trained sharpshooter. My father was a war hero and trained me to shoot a long rifle and handguns. And in the process, I picked up a lot of his wisdom, and he killed over 100 men in World War II. Luckily, I never killed anyone. He had a terrible burden because he did it for our country. He fought for our nation to keep us, free. And that's why I do the show, to keep this nation free. If we didn't have this third-party venue online, there's nobody else doing what I'm doing. There are people out there fighting for their perspective, right wing, left wing, but there's nobody in the center that's really pitching a real common goal of building a third party. I'm the only one. And people wonder, why are you doing this when everyone hates you and I get death threats all the time? Not everyone hates me. In fact, the number of people in our room is far less than what it would be had Mark not received millions of dollars to suppress our show. But a lot of people get turned away from these chat rooms. But a lot of people who see our show really like it. That's why we're so successful. I could call myself a progressive libertarian. Less government, but when government does work, it should lead to jobs and a better opportunity for average people. But less government is better government. You can shoot an eye of a badger from 3 meters away. That's not very sharp, buddy. Yeah, I mean, if you can shoot a handgun accurately at 200 feet, you're good. If you can nail a target at 200 feet, you're really good. I've seen there's a really cute little Smith & Wesson 22 long long, 22 long that is amazing. It costs like $750, but it's light as a feather. It's about this big. It's, yeah, I'm speaking to 14 other chat rooms right now, 754. I've got 4 chat rooms rolling right now. We're still growing in a couple areas, but our regular chat rooms are on coolrock.com. We've got Vaughn and iBlog. Yeah, it's like a shower head, yeah. Oh, gee, we're ending this show. You really want to call right now? Thank you. Okay, good. I think we're wrapping everything up very nicely. We played this guy getting frisked for no reason earlier.
Where do you need a supervisor for? Where do you need a supervisor
Because
for?
I just was unlawfully searched. I didn't commit to a search. I don't understand why I was searched.
I'm sorry, why? I didn't nothing you
I
just
don't
said.
understand why I was just searched, why my information was pulled out of my pocket for no reason.
Because you can't do that.
But she doesn't have a right to do that. I'm detained
That's
under what
crazy.
reason? I'm not committed of no crime. I ain't did no crime.
Crazy.
Yeah, but she went in my pocket though. She's not supposed to go in my pocket. That's a search, man, kid. You know what I mean? Come on. You know that like I know that.
No, you don't really know half the shit you're talking about.
I know enough of the shit that I'm talking about. I know enough. What was your name of your badge number again? What you say?
Fuck you, my name.
I got that on cam. It's
Definitely
crazy.
on record.
I got that on cam.
Well, see, there's an officer who won't even tell him his name. And the guy was falsely racially profiled, in my opinion. This happens a lot. Black people feel very, very violated many, many times. It happens a lot. I've met a lot of black people that feel like they get harassed by police officers all the time. And I'm a white guy who's concerned. I really am. I'm sorry that's happening. It's so wrong for our police to be doing that. Of course, I've been falsely accused of being white, too. Now, I'm a white guy, but I mean, I don't want to be characterized as a white guy and being held back from college. The colleges of my choice. That kind of sucks. Affirmative action prejudiced against me. Yeah. So normally we take calls at 707 your ATP in the evening if you want to call in. We're always looking for good calls, but I get nothing but death threats, mostly. I get on average 1 to 3 death threats. Of the world's countries witnessed a surge in civil unrest and protests in last year. And the figures slated to rise by 2020. That's not good. Like right now, that's a death threat. Somebody calling me up, I have to block the number. It's not a credible call. So we'll take calls tomorrow night for our Sustainable Saturday show. Hong Kong and Chile had the biggest flashpoints in 2019. I was really surprised that Donald Trump didn't build anything into the trade agreement with China to deal with Hong Kong. He had a really good opportunity to make something happen to at least solidify the problem, at least guarantee the treaty is still in place till 2047. Yes, the New World Order and George Soros is creating civil unrest. That's why I was saying they're looking to declare martial law eventually in all countries. Well, their primary target, I mentioned this earlier, is depopulation. No, Trump didn't want to do anything. He hasn't done anything at all. He's just a puppet. They own him. Trump has been owned since he started this effort. They got a billion dollar debt he owes Deutsche Bank, and a Russian oligarch underwrote it, so he owes them. So they have a lot of dirt on Donald Trump. Mueller said that a sex tape was used to blackmail the president. They've got a sex tape on him. It's just beyond belief. He's powerless to do anything. It's not because he's powerless in general. It's because he's got dirt on him. I've not seen DACA active measures. No, I believe that death threats I have to take death threats as credible threats, but I don't live in fear. Most of them are a joke. You see no evidence that Donald Trump has a sex tape? You want me to show it to you? I wouldn't have preferred either one of them. I've been fighting for a third party for a long time. Why would I have preferred Hillary? You don't get the whole concept of a third party? You think because I didn't want to accept Trump working for Russia that I preferred Hillary working for Russia or anyone else? Both Hillary and Donald have worked for Zionist financial overlords that own parts of the world. Well, then you got to get behind a third party if you're going to make it win. How can you say it's hard as hell for a third party to win? You're not really supportive of it. You're just kind of a naysayer. Of course you're right, but that's just not the right attitude, man. Zionist oligarchs, I don't think you realize how important it is. The very fact that you're mouthing the mainstream media's approach to third parties means you've kind of already been bought and sold. You're just one of those people that just doesn't believe in third parties. What if I told you that 55% of the population does not vote? Think about that. 55% of the country to vote and simply write my name in, we'd beat the two parties hands down. Get out the vote. Right, Jacob Rothschild promoted the Balfour Declaration, and he then, as a Zionist, created the State of Israel. We know that for a fact. But now Zionism has exploded into a New World Order concept. Agenda 2030, Agenda 21. And they've operated through the secret enclaves of the Bilderberg Group. The Balfour Declaration, that's correct, of 1917. I believe it was fabricated in 1914 originally, but we're not going to mince words. It was signed, I think, by 1917. In any event, they put that together. Hitler supported it. Believe it or not, Hitler was a Zionist, like Trump and like Biden. And many of the Ashkenazis in Germany moved to America after the Nuremberg trials. None of them really wanted to be arrested for being a Nazi. So the Ashkenazis moved over here and then joined various, ironically, synagogues. Many Ashkenazis claim that they're Jewish now. And technically the Orthodox Jewish Church does not acknowledge Ashkenazis as being Jewish because they're not, their mothers' mothers are not related to Abraham. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. His father was, I believe, a bastard child of the Rothschild family. Hitler's father, his mother, Clara, was his sister as well, because his dad had sex with his sister, Hitler's sister. And Clara was a physical match for Hitler's daughter, Angela Merkel. So you can see there's similar faces there. The reason why Angela Merkel has been in power in Germany ever since is because the Nazis never really gave up control over Germany. It was a necessary transition to put someone else in power. Schultz was in power for a while, and then Angela was groomed to take over that role. And I don't believe this information is being shared openly in Germany right now. I don't believe anyone's really talking about it, or if they are, they're being suppressed. Jews are good people, and you're not allowed to be here. You're an anti-Semite, and we will not allow you in the show. What's so sad is that people give Jewish people a bad name because they claim that Ashkenazis are Jewish, and they're just not. They're court Jews. The Rothschilds weren't even Jewish. They were actually, the family was the Bauer family originally, and they were assigned court Jewish status in the 1500s. Jewish royalty wanted them to simply handle their money, and they became usurious and money handlers, and very covetous of that role. Consequently, Ashkenazis, who were court Jews like the Rothschilds, and we have Ashkenazis in our room tonight. I mean, Soul Child, she has half Ashkenazi. I'm not hating Ashkenazis. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to single people out, and I certainly don't hate Jewish people. But we have an anti-Semite over there that's really spilling his hatred toward Jewish people, and we don't tolerate that here. We have a zero tolerance for anti-Semitism. I'm anti-Zionist, but I don't want to erase the state of Israel. I want to move forward now and prevent the New World Order from hijacking our government and forcing us to do their bidding. So I'm unique that way. There's not many people running who will even discuss how the Zionists have taken over the Democratic Republican Party. I'm more than willing to do that. So Clara and Angela, very close. When you see Angela standing next to Hitler, it's shocking. Angela Merkel was with her father during those times, and nobody really understands how after his death, and he didn't die in Austria, he died in Argentina in 1962. But our own government refused to look into 200 sightings, or there's over 200 pages of sightings of Adolf Hitler in Argentina after World War II. We didn't even bother investigating it. And they're on record now at the FBI. You can see all the eyewitness testimonies. They saw Hitler down in Argentina. Well, as he stayed down in Argentina after World War II, he embedded his power centers in America and in other areas of Europe. And he somehow managed to get his own daughter back in power in Western Germany, which then acquired East Germany and now is all of Germany. She's still in power. She's not going to relinquish power anytime soon, but nobody in America, or very few people in America, know that she's Hitler's daughter. A lot of people are unaware of the powerful effort Ashkenazis have had over the years to control governments. Right now, our country is being dominated by an Ashkenazi group all around Donald Trump. And I'll play that video for you tonight. It's the Trump Ashkenazi mob. It's very interesting. So if you're still wondering if the Russian oligarchs and Zionist oligarchs are controlling Donald Trump, don't. They do. They own him. They own him here with AIPAC, and they own him over there with Russian Zionists. Trump never drained the swamp. He just made it richer. Truth Media does a really good show about that. I'll play that for you tonight. Okay. Thank you for watching the show. As you continue to watch Trump melt down under the pressure of impeachment, we'll see his demeanor change. And gradually, I'm pretty sure you're going to see him resign. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump will be resigning under the pressure because it's so obvious he did a very, very bad thing, misusing power to get dirt on Joe Biden. And now we're finding out that Russia has hacked Burisma. So he's got his Russian cronies over there in Russia trying to hack Burisma to get more dirt on Joe. He'll stop at nothing to beat Joe Biden, and he'll use our government to do it. So yeah, this impeachment is very real, and many Republicans are beginning to wonder if they hang on to him, Donald Trump, the whole party will go under like a bad nightmare. Thanks, Sparkle Horse. Yes, and let's not forget, Jim made a good point. Chabad Leibovich is a direct connection to Israel and to the Russian oligarchs. They have a connection between Israel, D.C., City of London, and Moscow. And Chabad Leibovich is the place where Donald Trump's son-in-law and daughter, Jared and Ivanka, go to worship. Now, about 8 years ago, Donald Trump was running out of money. He had no capital, no borrowability. He turned, actually it was 10 years ago, right around the subprime mortgage debacle, Donald Trump turned to Russian oligarchs for cash. That's why he's suppressing his tax returns. He doesn't want anyone to see them because they show big purchases of Miami real estate by Russian oligarchs at double the price. So there's more than enough evidence of that. I only wish the government the Democrats would come up with another article of impeachment to cover the election interference and hacking. That would be nice. But with the 2 articles of impeachment moving forward, they're stuck there. There's also a good chance that these 2 particular articles of impeachment, if they don't pass the Senate, it's very possible, and I was the first to say this, and election interference and Russian hacking is another article that could be part of the upcoming new set of articles. I believe the House could pass 2 more articles of impeachment and run them through the Senate again if the first 2 don't work. So cheating in the election, obstruction of justice, not just obstruction of Congress, but obstruction of justice and cheating in the election, or violating the Emoluments Act and conflict of interest could be another one. But there's more than enough to follow with 2 more rounds of impeachment. So don't think for a second that this is over, even if the Senate rules this week in favor of Donald Trump. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. The Democrats still have presiding control over the House and could easily generate more articles of impeachment. There's more than enough evidence out there against Donald Trump to keep mounting these attacks. So if the Republicans won't wake up and won't listen to any of the credible evidence and continue to say that it's just a big Russian hoax, they're going to eat those words. Yeah, they're going to eat those words. They're not going to be able to keep saying it. They've been dodging question after question after question that just doesn't add up. Nobody can seem to answer a single question. Nobody can answer a single question on the Republican side. None of them want to attribute a single answer to his question. So Donald Trump has no tapes of Putin, no audio tapes of any of his 13 hours of conversations, implying he's secretly meeting Putin privately on the phone all the time. He has no IRS tax returns. He won't show them. He refuses. He uses the worst possible things to keep our mind off of the impeachment, like the recent war diversion with Iran. I mean, this guy will stop at nothing to defend himself through surreptitious means, secret, stealthy means. And I think many of us are really quite aware of his deception and lies. All right, we're going to sign off. Thank you for coming in. I'll be back tomorrow. No, Trump's hairpiece is not a living chinchilla. No, I think it's actually the hairpiece. Okay, thank you. I'll be back tomorrow night for Sustainable Saturday, where we keep this anti-war roll going. I mean, I've pretty much we've been on an incredible run. 10 years and not one war. It's working. Yeah. Anti-war rallies are really working. I'm amazed. It's been working all along. I'm just thrilled to know that I'm having at least a little bit of an effect on keeping war from happening. That's great. I'm David Spana. I'm Mr. Right. Take care. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good.